309 players. 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Pragg and Gukesh. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello everyone and welcome to our coverage of the 2023 FIDE World Cup from Baku, Azerbaijan. It's a big day today. We could see some big names being knocked out. The stakes are higher than ever and plenty of players are in a must-win situation. I'm Grandmaster David Howell and with me is Grandmaster Peter Lecko, former World Championship challenger and commentator extraordinaire. Peter, I'm super excited about today. Yesterday, started slowly, but bubbled up and ended up with some incredible results. And what are you looking forward most to in this round?
Yeah, hello David, hello everyone. Super excited to be back for today's action. We have seen historical day yesterday, 3 victories with the black pieces, none with white.
Started slowly, but
That's,
bubbled
I think,
up and ended
never
up
ever
with some
happened in the
incredible
history
results.
of the World Cups. And that's sensational. That also means that there are many players needing to win and bounce back with the black pieces.
Yeah, not an easy task ahead of them, especially for Gukesh, who will need to win with black if he wants to take Magnus Carlsen to a tiebreak. On that note, let's check out some of the players who have been knocked out so far of the World Cup. Of course, it's a brutal format, this knockout. And here we see Hikaru Nakamura, the second seed, was eliminated. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, Wesley So, Rajabov, Mamedyarov, 2 of the local favorites out there in Azerbaijan. Some huge names and not too many left now. 8 players remaining in the World Cup and 4 remaining in the women's section. Let's take a look at that bracket, Peter, as we see the scores on the doors. And 4 big games today in those quarterfinals. Magnus has the lead in his encounter against Gukesh. A very long marathon draw there again between Vidit and Abbasov. Pragg needs to fight back against Erigaisi, also with the black pieces there. And Fabiano Caruana, Mr. Houdini himself, saving a tough game yesterday against Dominguez. And should I ask for predictions, or are you going to not be calling too much today, Peter?
Yeah, well, I feel like the save of the day was clearly Fabiano's. And during the broadcast, we kind of got fooled by the computer's evaluation that, yes, it looks like it's winning. Also, Lanier played such a perfect game, so we assumed that, yes, he will do it. After the game, I had the chance a little bit to look at all the lines which were winning. They were very complicated. It wasn't an easy win. And I think this might help Lanier a little bit to calm himself down. He needs to be in perfect shape to fight against Fabiano, who will be very motivated today.
Yeah, Fabiano very relieved yesterday and very motivated today for sure. And let's check out the women's section where, of course, it's semi-finals day. And yesterday there was 1 decisive result. 4 players remain, only 3 of the top seeds remaining. Aleksandra Goryachkina, Han Zhongyi and Anna Muzychuk. All of the others, including women's world champion Zhu Wenjun, have been eliminated as we reach the last 4. Not on this graphic is, of course, Nargil Salimova, one of the lower seeds, but still fighting very strongly and who drew yesterday. Let's check out that bracket. The final four, it is Anna Muzychuk against Salimova and Goryachkina against Tan Zhongyi. Peter, predictions here or thoughts on what we've seen so far in the semi-finals?
Well, basically, I think we can think that Goryachkina is a huge favorite now after winning with the black pieces. I think it's kind of an easy prediction that she is with one leg already in the finals. On the other hand, the nerves are in the game. If black gets some kind of a double-edged complex middle game and can try to play a long game, you never know what happens. And the other one, Anna Muzychuk against Nurgul Salimova, well, that's at the moment very even. I feel like Anna is showing her class throughout the tournament, and it's very nice to see her back in top shape. I'm very happy when I look at her rating with 25.04. I just can't really understand what has happened, because in my mind she always was a 25-50 plus player. Very nice to see her in top shape, and Salimova playing her tournament of her life. She's in excellent shape. She plays with a lot of confidence, so it's anybody's match.
Yeah, anybody's match. Here we see Anna Muzychuk ready to play in the background. Goryachkina also waiting for the arrival of her opponent. Yeah, you're right, Peter. I remember playing Anna when we were young, same generation, and yeah, she reached 2600 very quickly. She was crushing, me included, she was crushing some very strong grandmasters. But yeah, a tough game ahead of her. Now we see Gukesh awaiting the arrival of Magnus Carlsen. And you mentioned that those starting with the white pieces who have the lead, they're big favorites. But Peter, what do you think will Magnus's approach be in this game today?
Well, usually in such situation, he's extremely professional. He's not looking for adventures. He tries to challenge the opponent into some opening lines, and he knows that he can't really accept the challenge. Yeah, and if you are kind of forced aside of the main track, then Magnus is of course very happy to get the upper hand, get a better position, and then the question starts to appear that is he playing for a draw, or is he trying to punish his opponent for his brave decision of trying to get the game. So also he refused the draw for against Ivanchuk when draw was enough to qualify to the quarterfinals. That was another statement showing for the field that, I'm not afraid, I'm ready to fight in any situation.
Yeah, he's a braver man than me, Magnus Carlsen, rejecting draws even when that is sufficient to progress. For Gukesh, it's not going to be easy to choose an opening where he has fighting chances. What do you think from Magnus? 1 e4 today?
Yes, I think so. On the other hand, okay, Gukesh is usually playing the Sveshnikov with c5, knight c6 move order. I don't really see Magnus going for some Rossolimo. That's kind of too double-edged. On the other hand, one could also just challenge the Sveshnikov main line with a position, a very solid line. Where are black's winning chances there? Which already brings us to the fact that is Gukesh the one who has to step aside his main repertoire? And his other main weapon recently has been the Berlin. It's also not suitable for this situation.
Yeah, no Berlins today in that matchup. But here we see Erigaisi also in a very pleasant situation against Pragg. Praggnanandhaa, of course, yesterday crashing to defeat after some really flashy tactics, some spectacular play from Arjun. And how about this one? Do you see Arjun adopting a solid mentality? It doesn't tend to be his style, Peter.
Yeah, it's not his style. On the other hand, he did have exactly the same situation against Niels Grandelius in the previous round, where he won with the black pieces and needed only a draw. And he was somehow very professional. He was going for mainstream theory, but at the moment when Niels wanted to mix things up, it was, I think, the Slav Gambit. Then he said, thank you very much. No, I'm not accepting that. He played a very solid line, and Niels had absolutely no chances to create any counter chances in that game, and the game ended in a very easy draw. I feel like Pragg has put himself into a very difficult situation. Yesterday, he was over pushing. Erigaisi then brilliantly countering that in the stunning piece sacrifice and all the sequence of brilliances that we have witnessed afterwards. Well, I'm really hoping for Pragg and for his fans that he gets a game, and that would be sensational news for us. But Arjun is in such a fantastic shape throughout the tournament. He haven't really been going to the tie breaks at all. I think only in the very first round, showing a lot of confidence. That's going to be very tough for Pragg.
Yeah, definitely tough for Pragg, but I have a feeling we'll get a fight. And there we see the handshake between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. And it looks like the players are about to start. There we go. The clocks have been pressed. They start to tick now. And okay, moment of truth. Move one from Magnus Carlsen. I think we'll start here, Peter. This is the marquee game of the day. Of course, we'll go to...
Yes, but sorry to interrupt. I have to very quickly mention that Magnus will first Jadub all his pieces. And now the question is, which piece he will Jadub first? Because what I have witnessed so far, the piece that he Jadubs first is the one that he moves finally, but he's teasing his opponent, playing some mind games. Let's see.
Okay, so I'm predicting he'll Jadub adjust his e-pawn first in front of his king. Oh, wow. He starts with the b1 knight, Peter.
That's not gonna happen. Yeah, that's for sure. But yes, I always love this, that before you start your game, you just have to make sure that everything is ready. And let's see. Final touch and e4.
And e4. Yeah. Also, I noticed Magnus always pushes his knights. It looks like Gukesh as well. He turns them inwards. I'm always kind of a front facing man there. Wow. Okay. The c3 Sicilian from Magnus Carlsen. You rarely see this one.
Yes, but of course it's a very annoying setup to face with the black pieces. And we talked about it, that Gukesh had to make up his mind how he will deal with the open Sicilian. But Magnus says, no, thank you very much. I'm going to force you into the Alapin. And we see d5.
Yep. And Magnus likely to capture that pawn. I don't want to say that I had any influence on this, but when I was in a situation in the tie breaks in round 2 where I just needed a draw with white, I also played the c3 Sicilian, and that worked very well. So yeah, it tends to be an opening where you're relatively solid and some bailout opportunities for white if you need. And okay, we see d5, this variation with queen takes as well. Yeah, I must say I've seen Magnus on the black side of this plenty of times, but I'm trying to recall even one time that he's employed this with white. Yeah, very, very surprised.
Well, I believe there was one moment during the Champions Chess Tour when Johann Sebastian Christiansen's Alapin, high-pressure Alapin chessable course came out. And I feel like at that point, Magnus actually employed that Alapin in one of his games. I can't really recall against whom, but I do remember that it happened.
Okay. And this is one of the main lines of the Alapin, of course. This position I think I've had countless times throughout my youth career as a junior player. But okay, the moment of truth now for Gukesh, because black has a few various setups to choose from. You can develop your light squared bishop out to g4. You can just play with e6, which tends to be the trendy way these days, but that's been very well analyzed in recent times. Very topical stuff. Okay, Gukesh pausing. He cannot have expected this opening from the world number 1.
Yes, and it's a very unpleasant choice. Yeah, the problem is that bishop g4 is like a super clean way of playing this with the black pieces, but super clean isn't exactly what black is desiring. On the other hand, e6 is slightly passive, but keeps all the pieces on the board. It might not be the perfect move to equalize fully. However, it could be at least a choice to try to play a slow long game.
Yeah, and from your experience, Peter, what wisdom would you give? Would you just try to just survive the opening with lots of pieces on the board, or would you kind of play what you think is objectively best in this type of must-win situation?
Yes, well, my advice is not to get into this situation at the first place. Yes, I mean, if it really happens and you have to deal with the situation, somehow I believe that avoiding the force lines, the main lines, is probably recommended. I do believe that Gukesh will most probably go for the move with e6. The only problem there that it's kind of a slow affair where Magnus is also very experienced. Yeah, with white and with black, he has had plenty of such structures, so he will feel at ease. Besides, black also needs to show some precision in order not to be worse there. It's not an easy call.
Yeah, not an easy call, and that's why we see Gukesh take the first long think of the day. And Okay, maybe we can go around the horn, check out some of the other games, the opening phases. Am I
Wow.
mistaken? Is there another C3 Sicilian Alapin variation in another game?
Exactly. In the Erigaishi Pragnananda game, it's also the Alapin. We do see a deviation. Black goes for knight f6. That's the other main move. e5, knight d5, knight f c, knight c6, d4 takes, d6, bishop c4. Yeah, that's kind of a very unpleasant move. I guess that black will have to play e6 because the absolute main line with knight b6, bishop b5, d takes e5, knight takes e5 is super drawish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, this is following what I was intending to do in that situation where I just needed a draw. And yeah, I feel like it's my birthday, Peter. Suddenly, I mean, often these days the players are playing some really deep theory that I don't know too much about, but suddenly it's playing right down my opening repertoire. So we'll see how Pragg decides to continue. But yeah, I'm loving it. I'm surprised, I must say. I haven't seen the Alapin at top level that much these days. But yeah, it seems to be the trend at the top level at the moment.
Especially when you only need a draw. Yeah, it has a very solid reputation with a lot of forced lines, not giving black any kind of double-edged positions. I do believe that Pragg will have to play e6 in order to avoid any of the forced lines, something like e6 castles, bishop e7, queen e2, short castle is a very typical line. However, the big question is that usually white is trying to get something out of this opening, and then black gets counter chance. If white just wants to be safe, I guess he can handle it also just solidly without going for... I think rook d1 is kind of the main move here, and then black is the one who has to decide how to play this position. But we'll get back to it when it gets that far.
Yeah, white has many aggressive ways. Knight c3, I think, is the modern approach. But yeah, it's definitely a dilemma for these players. I mean, of course, they're not out of book. Of course, they're not thinking for themselves right now. They know 3 or 4 different lines. It's just choosing which one to keep the most life in the position. Yeah, there's also moves. I mean, you can take on e5 here. There's various ways to approach this. But yeah, let's take. And bishop e6, for example, is another way that a lot of top players recently have moved towards. At least something a bit kind of offbeat to throw Erigaishi off. That would be my recommendation for Pragg. I'm not sure there's great advice in this type of situation, but he's mulling over the options. Okay, 2 Alapins, Peter. Tell me there's more. Please tell me there's more.
Well, let's take a look. We continue the journey to the games that ended with a draw. So Fabiano Caruana against Lenier Dominguez features a Dubov Tarrasch. Let's take a look. So it had to be like first move knight f3 or c4. Yes, it was c4. Lenier switches back to c5. He did play e6 against Sadana, but I believe that that was used as a surprise weapon. Knight c3, e6. Knight f3, knight f6. g3, d5. And we go to this famous Dubov Tarrasch, which has a very solid reputation. a3, cd, knight d4. I would say that a3 is kind of a side move, but it has gained popularity because white has been unable to pose any serious problems in the main lines, and white tries some sideline. C takes d4, knight d4, bishop c5, bishop e3, and bishop b6, the current position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed that players such as Vincent Keimer have been playing a3. I must admit, I don't know too much about it. Feels like a bit of a loss of tempo, Peter. Can you explain maybe the nuances behind this setup for white?
I think that white is trying to set up a grip on the d4 square and making sure that somehow white has a move like knight a4 here. And if white goes knight a4, then we can very much understand why that pawn is actually placed on a3. Any kind of bishop a5 checks can be answered by b4. I think that's one of the main ideas. Let's just go back and explain that, yeah, the main line is like bishop g2, c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop c5. That's the official Dubov Tarrasch. And then knight b3, bishop b6. We have seen during the tournament, Goryachkina against Harika captured that pawn on d5. Black got enough compensation, usually standard ways like castles, and then how does it go? I think d4, knight a4, short castles. That's the absolute main tabia of all these Dubov Tarashes. And White says, you know what, I just want to keep the tension in the position. Black takes on d4, knight d4, bishop c5, and bishop e3 played. Black goes back with the bishop to b6, and Fabiano is taking his time. Yes, he's taking his time. What happened? Was bishop b6 some kind of a surprise? Very hard to believe.
Yeah, looks like the most natural move in the position for Black. Black is ready to castle. Some knight g4 ideas incoming, so Fabiano needs to be quite quick here with whatever he's planned. Yeah, maybe he just didn't kind of expect this opening. Maybe he thought with Lenia, his main repertoire these days is the semi-Tarash. Maybe he thought he'd kind of move ordered him, kind of tricked him out of his usual repertoire. But yeah, it feels like Dominguez, as usual, well prepared here. And maybe just psychologically, if you don't expect it, you need 2 or 3 minutes to adapt. Or 10 or 20 minutes in my case, when the opponent surprises you, even if you know what you should be doing.
Yes, I actually perfectly agree. I think that this is somehow one of the first times that Lenier plays the Dubov Tarash, maybe even the first time. And it could be that Fabiano thought like, okay, if there is this very remote possibility that Lenier plays the Dubov Tarash, I'm going to play the sideline with a3. That might come as a surprise because he's expecting the main lines. And then we take it from there. If really those were the thoughts of Fabiano, then he's in for a very unpleasant surprise, because certainly it's very annoying when your opponent surprises you in the opening, then you want to sidestep with a small little line and your opponent keeps on blitzing and shows confidence that, yes, I know the line perfectly. What is your take on this? How do you handle such situations?
Yeah, it can be tricky. And I think the extra ingredient of the fact that we mentioned yesterday that these two have worked together in the past means that there's kind of this extra kind of intrigue. Dominguez will know that Fabiano will want to sidestep at some point from some main lines, or maybe he knows that that's his default setting when hit with a surprise. And I remember Fabiano playing like a3 and some Sicilians in these 4-knight Sicilians and some offbeat lines just to try and get a game, just to get a position. So yeah, I mean, I struggle when being met with something I haven't expected or haven't prepared, I must admit. And it feels like Fabiano, yeah, he's just trying to get to terms with that. The fact that Dominguez maybe has gone one step further in his preparation, or at least has looked at it more recently than himself right now. So, yeah, I mean, if it were me, I would just try to get developed, just try to get a playable position. But of course, there are things to calculate. I mean, if bishop g2, does black hit with knight g4? And if white does play knight a4, what happens there? Lots of questions already, and it's only move 9.
Yes, a lot of questions, and one thing is for sure, Fabiano knows Lenier very well, and he knows that if Lenier uses a system, that means he has studied it very deeply. Mm-hmm. And I believe this is the reason why Fabiano is also not slowing down. He just wants to make sure that he keeps things under control. Of course, White has everything under control. However, it's a big question. Do you go bishop g2 or do you dare to go knight a4? If it's not your preparation, then somehow the move knight a4 doesn't feel so natural because you are wasting time. Yes, you go after that bishop on b6. That's understandable, but you are expected to be facing a computer since your opponent is still in prep.
Yeah, it feels shaky, as you say, knight to a4. We should mention black does have this isolated queen's pawn, and that's likely to remain kind of sat on d5 for a long, long time. But that just means that black's very active and maybe not easy to play too positionally right now because there are so many dynamic factors. I mean, yeah, maybe we dive into this one a bit later, but knight a4, I'm already trying to calculate knight g4, what happens there, and some crazy possible lines.
Yes, for sure. But I think it's also a good chance for us now that Fabi is posing that we go to the fourth game, which we haven't yet covered, between Abasov and Vidit. That was a marathon game. Very big question how the players will handle the situation. A lot of nerves at stake. The semifinal is at stake. And how do you recharge after playing 100 moves or over 100 moves game, and just next day you have to come back and start again?
Yeah, it's not easy, especially this stage of the World Cup where, especially Vidit, you mentioned yesterday, Peter, he's played dozens of games at this point. He's been involved in at least a couple of marathon tie breaks. And here we go, London system in fashion after yesterday. Gukesh used it, a very different type of London system. This is more classical, I guess. But it looks like a trade of pawns in the center in a moment.
Yes, so everything is classical. Bishop e7, h3, bishop d6. All right. Okay, those who does not understand or does not know this kind of positions, it comes from the Slav defense. That's where, when I first saw white playing bishop e2, black playing h6, and white going bishop d3, I was also like, what? What on earth is happening? But yes, this is a very standard approach, basically making sure that white is unable to retreat the bishop to g3 and capture with the h-pawn. And after bishop d6, then white takes on c5 because he does not want to trade the dark squared bishops yet. However, Vidit is insisting. After bishop takes c5, bishop d3, he does retreat the bishop instantly to d6, making sure that he trades those bishops. Bishop takes d6, queen takes d6. I guess, yes, Vidit is not yet at the board. He will come and recapture that bishop with the queen.
Yeah, this is truly modern chess, Peter. 4 consecutive moves with the same bishop in the opening as black, and then you get it traded off immediately. I think in the past, the classical masters would have been reluctant to try and be so kind of sophisticated here and try all these little things. But it looks like you can get away with it. I guess white's going to play e4 after queen takes d6. I'm not sure whether that's immediately or whether you preempt, kind of set it up with queen e2 type of ideas. But e4 will come at some point for white. And I'm not sure about the resulting structures. Do you have much experience here?
Well, it's some kind of a reversed Meran, yeah? That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. Okay, black is trying to be solid, to equalize fully. The big question, do we simply castle or do we want to keep the flexibility that eventually, if we want to be very aggressive, we're going to go long castles? Given the match situation, I don't think like white really fancies such idea. It's much more natural to just play a natural game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And in a Meran, you're fighting for equality, of course, this type of pawn structure. But now you have white and extra tempo. You've traded off your technically bad bishop. Still not sure it's enough to fight for the advantage. Feels like black is very healthy here, rock solid. Vidit clearly well prepared. Maybe it's just one of those situations where Vidit's going to show off some good preparation. Abasov is going to say, okay, I was on the back foot for 6 hours yesterday. And draw is a fair result, it looks like. Queen c2. Okay, interesting.
Wow, yeah, queen c2 is interesting. Yeah, it somehow signals that white wants something from the game. It's not the natural move, and basically if it wouldn't be preparation, you would not be able to make up your mind so quickly. Yeah, that to understand, do you want to go queen e2 or do you want to play queen c2 or do you maybe first want to castle? Those are the questions that you might be spending 10 minutes on. The move queen c2 happened instantly. Is it possible that Abasov is still in his prep? Could easily be.
Could be indeed. I mean, yesterday, for example, I think he was in prep for 20-odd moves, Peter. And Abasov, he's known for arriving a couple of minutes late to avoid the cameras, avoid too much pressure, scrutiny there from the public. And he hasn't used much time at all. Is he potentially going to castle queenside? Is he at least hinting? Oof. If he's feeling brave, at least posing the question to Vidit, right?
Yes, I also feel the same, that usually we talked about some Carlsbad structures already in previous broadcasts, and I was highlighting that usually, especially in the Carlsbad, you don't want to castle short as long as white hasn't committed himself, the king, and you wait. I only don't know that what kind of waiting moves black has in the position, because it would be one kind of development like b6, bishop b7, but after b6 you really have to reckon a little bit with the fact that when white pushes e4 and eventually there is a trade on e4, then not that you run into some kind of double issues against the pawn on h7 and the pin. Of course, this is more dangerous if black has already committed castles, because then it's a serious tempo. Now probably black can just continue with bishop b7, ignore the hanging pawn on h7, since the bishop will be trapped with g6.
Yeah, it feels like the whole idea of this queen c2 move is at least to slow down black's plans of castling kingside, because h7 is attacked. I mean, for example, if you were to castle now, e4, again, dilemma, Peter. How do you wait as black?
Yeah, but on the other hand, e4 is not yet settling anything, yes? So we are not forced to take on e4. In order to force the trade on e4, probably white needs to castle and put that rook on e1. That also gives black 2 extra tempo. I mean, 2 extra tempis. So that's kind of the good news for black. That after all, there is no direct threat. It's more like psychological, yeah, that really does not want to fall too much behind on the clock. On the other hand, his opponent is blitzing his moves, so you automatically go a little bit on the defensive. That first you want to stabilize, and he has this question, yeah, do I castle or do I first try to solve that problem with the bishop?
Yeah, and of course, black will be fine either way, but Vidit has to choose. Maybe he's already trying to work out some lines to make sure he'll be safe after e4 does eventually land on the board. And Peter, maybe we can go back to the Magnus Carlsen game. That game has changed. We're seeing a lot of isolated queen's pawns today. And we saw that, of course, in the Tarash, maybe in the other Alapin that might happen. And here, players have chosen a certain variation. I'm not too familiar with this one, I must say. Maybe we can backtrack to the moment we were last here.
Yes, so we were waiting for Gukesh's next move. It was e6. And I believe that the main line is knight a3. No, it's something brings me those memories that after e6, knight a3, c takes d4, knight b5 was one of the key points for white. But Magnus decided to go bishop e2, c takes d4, c takes d4. Yes, he gets a isolated pawn, but he gets also very quick development. Knight c6 castles, bishop e7, knight c3, queen d6, the good old traditional queen d6. Knight b5, that queen is quickly kicked away before black is able to castle and put the rook on d8, posing pressure on the d4 pawn. So queen d8, bishop f4, threatening knight c7 check, so black is kind of forced to play knight d5, bishop g3, castles, rook c1, bishop d7, and we reach the current position.
Yeah. And I mean, to my understanding, it feels like black is completely fine here. It looks like you're really solid. You've blockaded the isolated queen's pawn. Black's knight on d5 looks really nice. Claiming an advantage ever is going to be difficult, because it feels like white will, at the very least, drop back the knight to c3 at the right moment and just trade off a few pieces. And for Magnus, that's not the worst thing in the world. Just needing a draw, but. Okay, at least for now, Gukesh here, he's got a position. He survived the opening. Still all the pieces on the board. Must be a success for black, no?
Yes, I also have the same feeling. Of course, there are some questions like white has the chance to jump in with the knight to d6. What is your take on this? Do you like to jump in, or do you believe that maybe the disbalances will give black some counter chances?
Yeah, I guess the assumption is that black will take that knight. I'm not sure when or whether you need to immediately. But the word imbalances is right there, because here you get the bishop pair as white, but black is forever going to have this blockade on d5. I mean, I still feel it's roughly balanced here, but I don't think Gukesh should be too afraid of this. Again, imbalances maybe aren't to Magnus's taste. Yeah, knight to e5 will come. This is maybe the one downside for black in this exact position.
Yes, but still, it's gonna be a tough call for Magnus. Yeah, that does he jump in with the knight to d6? What else is there? The other move you also mentioned, the retreat with the knight back to c3, challenging the knight on d5. Is there a move like knight takes c3 a question just in order to spice things up? Or not?
I kind of want to wait for black to play a6 before playing knight c3, but I mean, I guess we can talk about the pawn structure in general rather than an isolated pawn. White would have these hanging type of pawns. I know you call them hanging pawns on c4 and d4. I'm not sure what you call them here, but either way, different structure.
Yes, and it's a little bit more dynamic, right? I mean, not there won't be so many piece trades. White might get the initiative, but it could also be like Black's provocation, yeah, that, okay, please attack me after all, I need to create some chances. Black definitely has long-term play against those pawns. White will certainly get very active with bishop d6, queen e2. Do you see Magnus going for this structure, or given the situation, he believes that, okay, let me keep things more under control than this?
Yeah, I mean, I do know that Magnus quite likes this exact pawn structure. I remember he had this very beautiful win against Aronian. I actually think that came from a Nimzo Indian, where you can sometimes get this pawn structure as white. And yeah, I mean, I remember a game against Duda that he won very nicely as well. I think he likes the flexibility of having them. But again, maybe with the match situation, he doesn't necessarily want to change things too much. So I do have a feeling he might at least delay the decision about knight c3 a bit longer. But yeah, knight c3, knight d6, both very logical moves. I'm wondering what else. Bishop c4,
exactly.
If you really want to be boring, try and hint that you might trade some pieces.
Wow, okay, let's take a look at bishop c4. Yeah, with the clear intention of going bishop d5, ed, knight c7. That would be kind of a threat. And inviting rook c8, so then that you jump with the knight into d6.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know anyway that... okay, no, but this we have to highlight. Yeah, basically the bishop c4, rook c8, another move, knight d6, bishop d6, bishop takes d6 makes perfect sense from a drawish point of view, that white even has the chance of simply taking bishop takes d5, e d5, and plays a completely drawn equal position. This would also bring us that probably after bishop c4, black has to do something else. The computer does suggest the move knight a5, hitting that bishop.
Yeah, this is the one downside, and unfortunately bishop takes d5 is met by bishop takes b5, hitting the rook on f1. And white's drawish operation, the exchange mission, does backfire. I guess here, yeah, you just drop back with the bishop and life goes on. But bishop c4 maybe not the best in light of this knight a5 move.
And we are speculating, and Magnus is taking his time. Yeah, it's not that obvious. I mean, knight d6, knight c3 are the most natural moves, but both of them consist some long-term strategical decisions. And based on the match situation, yeah, Magnus is now trying to evaluate which position suits him best given the situation.
Yeah, and we shouldn't, of course, assume that Magnus is happy to kind of just play a kind of boring exchange operation here. Magnus, of course, will go for the most principled, most objective line, at least in his eyes, and only later on will he decide where to steer the game. But early days, Peter, shall we see how the other middle games are developing? There have been developments in the game between Fabiano and Dominguez. Or at least Dominguez showing off his preparation here, it seems.
Yes, he is still blitzing all his moves. I believe that I recall something like this, having analyzed. Yes, and actually after bishop b6, knight a4 did happen, because it's the kind of eternal question. Yeah, if you play c4 nowadays, that what do you do after the Dub of Tarash? It's kind of crazy that this line is driving everyone insane. Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri with black has also picked it up. They are ready to use it. And with white, you are struggling to find advantage. So yeah, I think all these moves are typical. Black goes rook e8, and after knight c3 goes bishop f5, short castle, knight e4. Yeah, that's the correct way. Finally, black is trying to trade all the pieces. I mean, the bishop on f5 and the knight on e4 for the knight on c3 and bishop on g2, and claim that this case the knight on c6 can effectively fight against the bishop on d4, and black doesn't really have anything to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like black is breaking some rules here. You're fighting against the bishop pair, you've got the isolated pawn, like long term you're struggling, but dynamically, I like the fact that he hasn't wasted any time, Dominguez. White, meanwhile, has spent a lot of time with knight a4, knight c3. And dynamically, it feels like you're just really well placed. What would you suggest here? Just waiting, like a neutral move like queen d7, or do we try and rush with some immediate simplifications?
Well, I think that queen d7, rook e8 is a very natural way, yeah, just stabilizing, and it fits into black's concept. Another one, which is also very typical in the Dubov-Taras, is just pushing that pawn, yeah, to h5, eventually going h4. White can block that with the move h4 himself, but then some squares are weakened, especially the g3 square long terms, the g4 square black gets access to. So it's always a very big question, how do you react to a move like h5?
Yeah, I know if Magnus or Dubov were playing this position, h5 would have landed on the board already, but Lenia may be a bit more classical and will be looking for solid ways to approach this position. And yeah, on that note, Peter, we've done a bit of a roundup now of all of the games in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. That means it's time to go on our first short break of the day, but don't go anywhere, anyone, because we will be back in just a few minutes with action from the women's semi-finals. Stay tuned. See you soon.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the Prince of Painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet, one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. A renowned sculptor, Donatello stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga! Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to coverage of the FIDE World Cup. I'm joined again by everyone's favorite commentator, Peter Lecko. And Peter, we, I think, need to go to the women's section because one of the games there has been developing very fast. A lot of moves on the board, queen's off already, and that is the clash between Nagil Salimova and Anna Muzychuk. Yeah, what are your thoughts here? We predicted beforehand this is a close one to call. This one, anything could happen. And it looks like a lot of opening theory on the board already.
Yes, this is a very fashionable line in the Queen's Gambit accepted. I believe in order to understand, we have to get back and see how we got here. Because one could assume that white is trading pieces, so white is probably not too ambitious. Actually, it's the contrary. White has played a line which is very aggressive and also forces black to show good preparation. A6 and the move e3-4. So in order that we are landing in a endgame that we are seeing right now, actually it features a very aggressive pawn sacrifice with e3-4. I believe that this move got popular in the last 2-3 years. I haven't really been seeing that in the middle of 2000s or early 2010s. It's a new direction. Black does not take the pawn because that would be way too dangerous with the king still stuck on e8. Black goes b5, very typical tempo winning move. Bishop e2, and knight's the time to take that pawn. Knight takes e4, a4, that's the idea. White is trying to provoke some weaknesses on the queen side. Black goes b4. White plays knight bd2, bishop b7, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, bishop e3. And now it's the question that white wants to get the upper hand. Black is somehow forced to play c takes d4, which gives white another tempo with knight d4. And you can feel that if black just develops a little bit slowly, then white will get excellent compensation. Bishop f3 is also looming in the air. It's very important, I believe, that black challenges this knight on d4 immediately. Let's just very quickly highlight that if black plays bishop e7, then compared to the game after bishop f3, let's just show this. Bishop takes f3, queen takes f3 would be a lot of trouble for black because after queen d5, the queen trade, the fact that the knights are on the board, the knight on d4 is dominant piece, knight on b8 is terrible, white has all these rook fd1, knight f5 ideas. So in order to make sure that this does not happen, black has to trade that knight as quickly as possible. White insists on the plan. And this is how we are ending up in this endgame. Takes, queen d5 played, queen takes d5, e takes d5, rook fe1 check, making sure that black's king is stuck in the center, king d7, and rook a d1 played, targeting the pawn on d5. So what is your feeling, David? Do you know this line at all?
No, Peter. I know that e4 is a move. Simon Williams and some other very aggressive players have been playing it for years, but it really has burst into popularity, as you say, recently. But in general, the Queen's Gambit accepted. I've had too many games that have fizzled out there very quickly. So these days I tend to open with c4, knight f3 or move on just to avoid this. And yeah, of course, great preparation from Anna Muzychuk, who's still got more time than she started the game with. And yeah, first instinct, black should be completely fine. It still takes white a couple of moves to attack d5. Salimova, I assume, is still in preparation, or at least is familiar with this type of position, and feels like with best play, this should also just be level. I'm slightly surprised, I must admit, by this last move, rook a d1. Feels like you're kind of delaying the decision to go for the d5 pawn, but maybe no rush. Now I'm expecting a move such as f6 from Anna, just to stop rook e5, just to be able to develop the bishop on f8 without hanging g7.
Yes, yeah. That's why I also highlighted these two pawns. Yeah, that the pawn on d5 and also the pawn on g7 are weak. Yeah, it's not just about the weakness on d5. Of course, it's an extra pawn. One could argue that okay, if it's an extra pawn, of course it's weak. Yes, it's true. White still relies on some very active pieces. The move f7, f6, very solid move. I mean, rock solid. There is also a question like, do you want to trade a pair of rooks with rook e8? I believe that the answer would be yes, but it takes 2 tempi for black, and we are not sure at all that we have the right to lose those 2 tempis. So I also believe that, humanly speaking, f6 looks like the most natural one.
Yeah. Rook to e8. Yeah, of course you want to get a pair of rooks off the board, but like you say, it feels a bit counterintuitive to, after a rook trade, to kind of undevelop your king, to go back now. And after a move such as bishop to e3, yeah, as you're showing here, you have to be 100% sure that rook takes d5 followed by rook a5 won't just pick up a pawn here for white. So some calculation needed. It feels like Anna for the first time is out of book, out of theory, so maybe this last move not indicated by the computer, but yeah, she's got plenty of time to calculate this one. f6 must be at least very solid for black. And
yeah, I think it's also a good chance for us that we can move on. Now Anna is taking her time. And definitely here, the first game was a draw. There is no pressure on anyone to take crazy risks. But the other one, the game between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Tan Zhongji, that's a completely different situation. Black is in a must-win situation, which means that she will not be playing any classical openings. And there we get a very interesting position, because I do feel like the queens are trade off, but this structure, this King's Indian structure, actually with this weakness on d4, gives black certain practical chances in long terms.
Yeah, objectively, this has been a big success for Tan Zhongyi as black. But of course, with queens off, the margin for kind of the drawing margin here will be quite high. I mean, this hole on d4 that you're highlighting, black's knight will be ready to jump in. White's bishop should long-term be inferior to its counterpart. I mean, this is the type of position we see from so many different types of openings these days, from Caro-Khans, from some Englishes, and yeah, it tends to. I mean, I would be very happy here as black, I've got to admit, but winning, Peter, do you think that's a realistic outcome here for black?
Well, I think you have to take once at a time. You have to kind of be happy that, all right, I got something to play with. Yes, the queens are trade off, but it's not a completely symmetrical position where you know that you have absolutely no chances. There is some certain disbalance. Let's quickly go through the first moves, the psychological moments, of the game. After d6, e4, g6 had been played. Yes, so black goes towards the modern defense immediately. I did like, this is also what Hikaru did against Pragnanda in this very important final tiebreak game where he needed to win on demand. And I really loved Pragg's reaction. Pragg actually went for this knight f3, bishop g7, bishop c4, followed by queen e2, h3 short castle, just kept everything under control. And Hikaru was never able to create any counterplay. The point being, however, that Pragg is a player who plays e4, d4, and every structure he feels familiar with. But Goryachkina, I think it's mainly a d4 player, and it's kind of clear that she wants to get to her kind of structures. But I'm not happy with her decision. She played the move c4, bishop g7, knight c3, e5, and then to give up the fight for an advantage just like this with d takes e5 in order to trade queens, it's not her style. And I go as far as to say that this is quite a risky strategy.
Yeah, I agree. She's very much playing for the draw, or at least with the result in mind here, Goryachkina. And at least from my experience, that can backfire. We've seen throughout chess history as well. If you play too much for a draw, these top players, they'll find ways to take advantage of your mindset and those negative decisions. And it also feels to me like bishop g5 check. She's kind of helping black with some useful moves here. Yeah, trading off these dark square bishops, a big gain for black because of this potential outpost on d4. Huge hole in the center there. And yeah, in the current position, if we catch up, c6 just played. I guess black's next moves will be king c7, maybe knight to a6, bringing the rooks to the center. Does white have time to do anything here? Does white have a plan? f4 is always double-edged. Bishop to h3 you could make an argument for just to get another set of pieces off the board, but that does lose a bit of time.
Yes, I somehow feel, of course, definitely. I mean, I feel like her decision of going g3, it's probably connected with bishop h3, trying to get rid of the so-called bad bishop. But as you highlighted, it does come at the cost of losing some time. One could argue where to put the king. Both moves are possible, but let's just first put the king on c7, and let's just highlight that, yeah, bishop takes d7, knight d7. The reason why we are not happy that black will get super easy play, the knight starts jumping, Black's other knight can eventually also hit the f2 pawn at some point. Very quick development, and White's position is shaky. I'm not a fan, and I'm kind of already worried for White here.
Yeah, bishop h3 on the board, so we're headed in this direction. I think also the main reason always in these kind of symmetrical looking structures that one side has the advantage is this knight on c3. It's just misplaced. The knight on c3 is always dominated by a pawn on c6, and it's as if you kind of have to lose several moves to reroute that knight later on to find fresher pastures, but there's nowhere. I mean, you're never getting to d6 with that knight. Black's knights have all of the possible jumping spots, but okay, small strategic things here, but it very much looks like a pleasant position for Tan Zhongyi. I think that's the conclusion.
Yes, definitely it's a conclusion, and I also feel like Goryachkina might have been affected by her game against Harika, because in the tie breaks, she won with the black pieces, and then with White in some sharp kings in that position, she went on to lose in an immortal game. Basically, it's the immortal game of Harika. She was sacrificing a piece, a rook, whatever, just going after her king. And maybe psychologically, Goryachkina just was not ready for another such battle. That caused her to take d takes e5, but she is such a principled player. She is fighting for an advantage, always for the initiative. She will now have to struggle against herself by just playing for a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She's in her own mind, and it will be a battle to get that draw. Still a long game ahead, despite the queens being off this one. And Peter, it looks like no action, no updates, at least in the Salamova-Muzichuk game. So let's zoom out of that one. And here we see the bird's eye view. Some developments in the open section of the World Cup. So maybe we check out what's been going on over there.
Yes, for sure.
Feels like in the Alapins, at least some talking points in those two games, starting with the C3 Sicilian. Not too much has changed in the game between Caruana and Dominguez. Abasov against FIDE. We'll update everyone on shortly. Maybe we start with, Arigaisi against Pragg. I just noticed a position that I'm very familiar with, so I'm a bit biased.
Definitely. So let me listen to you, David. Yeah, tell us all your secrets.
Not too many secrets, Peter, but I will tell you about one. Well, at the time, it was a secret match against Kasparov that I had in 2017, just before one of his comebacks in the St. Louis tournaments. And I was asked to be a sparring partner for him. I think he just wanted someone he could beat at Rapid and Blitz. So we played 27 games, just like back in the days with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, the same format, 9 Rapid games, 18 Blitz games. And he just told me, okay, test me in some openings. And of course, I didn't know too many openings, but I did test him in the C3 Sicilian a couple of times. And he did employ exactly what Pragg has done in this game against me. So we were talking here, how is Pragg going to create any winning chances whatsoever against the rock-solid Alapin? And Pragg found a way. So here, rather than d takes e5, you mentioned those lines are very kind of sterile, very dull there. Not too much to get excited about. Bishop d7 appeared on the board. A bit of a threat. If white castles, knight takes e5 is a trick. Just to show that, because white's bishop on b5 is hanging. So, yeah, black would win a pawn. Bishop takes d7 is met by knight e takes d7. And so instead, knight to c3 was played. And after a trade of pawns, g6. And yeah, I must admit, before that match against Kasparov, I had never seen this exact setup or this exact move order for black. And he played it against me, I think, in one of the Blitz games. So I sat there for 1 minute, like, okay, what should I even do here as white? e5 is a weak pawn. But eventually, I castled just like Arigaisi did. And after bishop g7, I think I played the move queen to e2. And even after looking at this actually afterwards, even after studying this, I didn't find a clear advantage for white, or at least any way to prove anything concrete. Black is very quick to castle and go bishop g4 in a lot of these lines, or just to play a6. It's all about the e5 pawn, Peter.
Yes, and if white is able to get his coordination, so the move queen e2 is what we are expecting. And then, is there an argument to be made that Black needs to rush with bishop g4, or does he have time to castle first? What's your take on this?
Yeah, I think Black should castle first. I think bishop g4, the fact that White will be able to shatter the queenside pawns with bishop takes c6 could potentially be relevant a bit later on. Still, again, it's not a huge deal. I think rook d1 here and the game goes on. But yeah, I think just asking White that question. And the problem is if White needs to spend a tempo with h3, then Black will be able to use that quite nicely, I think, just with moves such as a6. And it always feels like White is just one move too slow to kind of consolidate everything.
And if after castles, for example, you try rook d1, then how does Black react?
Testing my memory here, Peter. Queen to c... Is queen c7 or queen c8? I can't remember which one.
Yeah, I think that probably both are fine. Yes, so the move queen c7 looks more natural because you also pressure the pawn on e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just remember trying to wimp out with a draw in that blitz game, and I managed as White. But yeah, of course that's good for Erigaisi, that result. But yeah, objectively, still a lot to play for. Yeah,
the pawn on e5 is hanging. You are also threatening bishop g4. Now we don't have time to play h3. I understand, yeah, why you said like h3 kind of would be the thematic move, yeah, that but a6 hits the bishop, and then we definitely don't want to take on c6. We kind of have to retreat the bishop to d3. Then queen c7, bishop f4, bishop e6, something like this.
Yeah. Black is just very quick somehow to bring everything out. Rook d8, knight d5 will come. And White is a bit stuck just protecting this e5 pawn. It feels like you're a bit tied down. Of course, objectively, White's never really in too much trouble here, which is good for Erigaisi in the match situation. But yeah, I just like the choice from Pragg because he's keeping a lot of tension, which is not easy to do in the c3 Sicilian.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, usually, if you try to keep too much tension, it means that you are risking way too much. Your position might be inferior. This feels like strategically sound. At the same time, there is tension, something to play with. Certainly a situation that kind of happy with. The only problem that if Arjun feels like, yes, my opponent is playing very cleverly, then he might be extremely cautious and he makes sure that he shuts the game down. But for the moment, I agree with you that it's not clear how White is shutting the game down. It might be equal, but there is still a lot to fight for.
Yeah, exactly. And at least that's a small win. It's like you said earlier, just baby steps with the black pieces. Just need to survive the opening first and foremost, keep tension. And we do actually have some statistics about win rates for Black. So far this tournament, Black has only won 20% of games. So Peter, uphill struggle for Pragg. We'll come to Gukesh in a moment, who's in the same situation. 20%, not a big opportunity, not a big chance here.
Yeah, well, and I think that 20% was not really exactly against Magnus or against Erigaisi. That's another uphill battle, yeah, because if you only have to fight against the statistics, I think knowing Pragg and Gukesh's genius, I believe they would be able to handle that. However, they are facing the strongest players in the world, very tough. But I agree that Pragg's position consists some poison. And let's take a look at Magnus against Gukesh. What has happened here? We were thinking about, will Magnus retreat the knight to c3 or will he go knight d6? He did retreat the knight to c3.
Yeah, I do know that Magnus does like that pawn structure, so maybe I was just influenced by that when trying to predict the moves. But yeah, Gukesh reluctant to take on c3. I guess after knight takes c3, b takes c3, White would have been very quick with c4, d5. Black's pieces slightly clumsy there, potentially not ideally placed. So maybe Gukesh wanted to delay this decision. And interestingly to me, Magnus did not take the opportunity to capture on d5, going for that symmetrical pawn structure, maybe just because Black has too much pressure on b2, on d4. And okay, bishop c4 instead. What do you make of this? He's asking, he's begging for this capture on c3.
Yes, and I feel like Magnus is doing the right choice. He's playing according to the demands of the position. This is what we want to see. This is how you have to handle this situation. And the reason why we are so skeptical of Goryachkina's choice that she was playing for the result, not what the position demanded. And Magnus does not take on d5, doesn't want to give the slightest of initiative for black. He's now fighting for that d5 square. And black is faced with a big question. I mean, if black takes on c3, then one could argue that that queen on b6 is more of a vulnerable piece than a good one. White might hit that queen with a rook b1 tempo, then the pawn on b7 will be also hanging. And otherwise, how does black keep that knight on d5? You might give an argument that the knight should move back to f6. However, whenever black loses the d5 square, the control of the d5 square in these isolated pawn positions, that will give white the chance to go with d4, d5, or also some other dynamical possibilities. I'm loving this move from Magnus.
Yeah, really classy move. And he's lost a lot of time with his knight and a bit with his bishop now, but yeah, it feels like somehow he's coordinating really nicely. I'm trying to look at ways to imbalance the position. Queen takes b2 feels too risky somehow. Yeah, it feels like white just captures everything, and rook b1 is a threat. Knight e5 will come. Lots of dynamism here for white. Okay,
yes.
You predicted he played knight f6, Peter.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, I was just mentioning two of the possible moves, and basically, since he already played queen b6, yeah, it was clear that Gukesh does not want to take on c3, and it would have not helped his cause. And now Magnus taking his time after knight f6, because it's such an important decision, yeah, that how does he react? Does he want to go for some d4, d5 and try to liquidate everything? Or is there a case to be made that, come on, we can start hitting that queen on b6, and we have some very interesting knight a4, knight c5 options as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess you start by looking at the forcing move by calculating d5. It depends how safe Magnus thinks that one will be. If not, then maybe he'll look for options, knight a4. Okay, so takes.
How do you capture on d5?
First instinct would be bishop, just because queen takes walks into bishop to e6, but maybe that's not such a big deal.
Yes, so okay, I just don't want to make a move for you, yeah, that not that after you blame me that, okay, Peter, but those were not my intentions. So yes, okay, bishop takes d5, fine. We are expecting some move like rook a d8, probably protecting the bishop and also eyeing the queen on d1. Mm-hmm. And how do you deal with this pin?
That's a good question. b2 is hanging, bishop to e6 is a threat. I need to move my queen, not sure where. Queen to e2, I guess just bishop f6 for black.
Yes, and then we go rook f8. I feel like, yes, one could argue that because of the match situation, white could consider it. But knowing Magnus, he's not the type of player who wants to play so softly. I don't. Yeah, somehow black gets all the pieces in. You somehow lose the initiative. I very much feel that Magnus might take his time, and he might feel that actually I have all the rights in the world to go for the maximum and forget about the match situation. The position calls for knight a4. Let me go for it.
Yeah. I mean, the more we looked at the other one, the more it feels like black is totally fine, and actually things could start turning if you're too negative. And again, yeah, playing with the draw in mind is unhealthy, if anything. So knight to a4, should we investigate this one? Where does the black queen run to? You want to get trapped?
Yeah, that's a big question. I mean, queen a5 looks like the most natural. Mm-hmm. But we follow up with knight c5. That's the whole point. Yeah, thanks to this bishop on g3, we have these tactics with bishop takes e5, d takes d5, queen takes e5, running into bishop d6, winning the exchange. By the way, also bishop takes e6 is already safe enough, but bishop d6 just wins. So I don't really see the drawbacks of knight a4, but I do see like white gets some very interesting positions.
Yeah, it all hinges on knight c5, but it looks really strong actually. what does black even do to equalize or to stay in the game? Knight a4, knight c5 is pretty much a pre-move here. I don't see it,
Yeah,
Peter.
so, okay, queen a5. Okay, we only have queen a5 or queen d8. Queen d8 doesn't look so sexy. So let's play queen a5, knight c5. But also now, what to do? One could argue that black does not want to take on c5. And if he does not want to take it, then maybe he needs to protect that pawn on b7. But there are no good ways to protect. Bishop c8 is clearly not a question. Besides, white has also these typical ideas like slowly preparing a3, b4. I don't know. Please make a move. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, knight takes d4 doesn't work here. A little tic-tac here, because knight takes d7, I guess. Knight takes f3, and then just g takes f3, making sure that the knight on d7 is pinned. Protected. Yeah, this would win a piece for white. If the tactics don't work for black, yeah, big trouble potentially. Knight c5, I don't want to play a move like bishop to c8. Ugh. I don't really want to take your knight either.
The best move for black, the most natural human move is like queen b6 if you don't want to take on c5. But queen b6 is a terrible move in the sense that white, first of all, can repeat with knight a4. Secondly, now already, knight takes d7, knight takes d7, d5 is completely different story. We break with d5, and knowing that we have the pair of bishops, there is even the chance to fight for an advantage. White is clearly fighting for an advantage. That's absolutely no-go for black. That brings us to bishop takes c5, d takes c5, and then maybe just making a move like rook fd8 and try to reshuffle the d7, bishop c6, getting some control of the light squares. But that d6 square, this monster bishop on g3, certainly should give white some advantage.
Yeah. Suddenly, though, the imbalances only work in white's favor. At least earlier, you could play against an isolated pawn. Here, no more isolated pawns. White has the bishop pair. Beautiful d6 square, as you say. I mean, I was cringing because it's the least sexy position I've seen in a long time for black. But I guess he needs to try something like this, Gukesh. He's still in the game. Knight e4, I guess, would be coming as well.
Yeah, well, all eyes on Magnus because it's such an important decision, and he's rightly taking his time. He has already invested more than half an hour, but he's making sure that he gets the type of positions that he wants, and he keeps the control. Yeah, I think this is the most important thing, that you keep the control. You should never give up the control just because you are pursuing some draw. That's the way to lose the game. You have to keep on hitting the opponent. Also, when you are in a must-win situation, yeah, you want to double edge the situation, but it's so annoying when your opponent is maybe slightly better, has the initiative, and you yourself don't have real counter chances.
Yeah, so knight a4 we're predicting for Magnus Carlsen. Meanwhile, Peter, it looks like something a bit strange is happening in the clash between Vidit and Abasov. Abasov there with white pieces. He's provoked Vidit into castling queenside. To me, that looks dangerous, or at least very risky as black. Can white take advantage of this? Looks like Vidit in the move right now. Can we see how this happened?
Wow, we have to check. Yeah, we saw bishop takes d6, queen d6, queen c2 happen, and we were kind of speculating that, yeah, somehow black needs to finish the development. There is a case to be made that, okay, you don't castle as long as white does not castle, but what we are seeing here, I'm not sure. Yeah, knight e5 takes, that's kind of standard. You trade some more pieces, but castles, bishop d7, e4. Okay, now after e4 we have to highlight, yeah, that after d takes e4, knight takes e4, black is exactly faced with those issues that we talked about before, that this bishop d6, queen c2 battery hits the h7 pawn, and after trade on e4, black will also have problems with his b7 pawn. So Vidit decided to step away with his knight to d5. White just followed it up with a very natural rook fe1, bishop c6, rook a d1 happened. And for the fact that the pawn on h7 is hanging, that's why black was unable to castle short. So it was not like he intended to castle long. It was maybe like he felt that I have to evacuate that king as quickly as possible, but I can't go short castle because of this pressure on h7.
Yeah, we should show that if black does castle here. I guess white plays the move knight to g3, just to make sure that the black queen cannot use a square where she protects h7, and next move, a pawn just drops off. Yeah, wow. Maybe he missed this in his calculation going forward, or maybe he's just feeling super ambitious with it. But either way, he's decided to castle queenside instead. And yeah, I mean, it somehow feels wrong, but okay, black still looks like he's covered everything for now. Bishop to f1. And yeah, the evaluation bar maybe is influencing me here, but yeah, it just feels awkward with this queen on e5, Peter. You cannot, for example, move your knight for black. You want to play a move like knight f6 or knight f4 just to release the tension, but either way, white will land with knight d6 check, and the black queen will fall. A bit awkward.
Yes, little bit awkward. On the other hand, I also feel that there are some arguments for black's case as well. Yeah, the knight on d5, the bishop on c6 might signal that you have some initiative against white's king, which looks very safe at the moment. The big problem, very nicely highlighted there, that the queen on e5, if that black queen would be on c7 or somehow in a better square, black might be kind of able to generate that counterplay, what I'm imagining for black. But if he has to lose some tempo, and also the king on c8 is a typical piece that feels like it needs to be moved to b8 just to be more safe, that will also cost some tempo. The big question, will white be able to start advancing his queenside pawns quickly, or it's more about piece placement and some knight jump? What is your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that point you mentioned about shuffling the king towards the corner, I mean, not just tactically as we saw, it's kind of annoying that knight d6 will always come with check. But yeah, I just think strategically when you castle queenside, you kind of always need to take that extra step towards the corner. But yeah, here, I mean, instinct-wise, I would be looking at b4, but it does become quite sharp. I guess there'll be ideas of the c3 pawn being weak. I'm also looking at knight jumps like knight c5 to start, and then throwing cb pawns forward.
Yeah, king b8, by the way, is on the board. It's played, so we can update, refresh the board. Yes, king b8 played. It had to be played. And now all eyes on white. That I do see the evolution bar claiming some +1 advantage for white. I would caution everyone to be thinking that, yes, white has some very big advantage. Yes, white has very interesting position. White has interesting prospects. But if white is unable to capitalize on this in the next couple of 2-3 moves, just give black some time to coordinate forces, like, for example, queen c7 followed by something like knight f6, challenging that knight on e4, then I believe black has also nothing to worry about. So it's more about the momentum, and white has to be energetic to use that.
Yeah, it's definitely not long-term white's advantage here. It's very much dynamically, as you say. And yeah, I don't really want to trade pieces as white, so should we investigate what happens if white does get aggressive and start with the pawn storm, b4, for example? Is f5 a move?
Yeah, let's check it out, because this is the most critical move, hitting the c3 pawn. Clearly white will jump, I guess, to c5. We follow it up with queen takes c3, and here's the question: do we have a great move with white, or is black just escaping?
Oof. I don't see it. I mean, I want to keep queens on at all costs. That will come at the price of at least another pawn.
Yes, well, actually, the computer indicates that queen b1 is the only move in the position to keep chances for fighting for advantage, and it's apparently a very strong move. We have to even deal into that after queen takes b4, clearly rook takes d5. Yeah. Yes, this is the tactical justification. You have to see this, you have to believe, not stop your calculation after queen takes c3. Rook d5, queen takes b1, runs into rook d8, check, and then white collects the queen and is a upper piece. So that's the big bad news for black. And if you can't take on b4, then you also feel like black doesn't have a good move. The e6 pawn is falling. Everything is losing black's situation. Wow, if you spot queen b1, then b4 is a very tempting option.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the mark of genius. b4 is obvious, but then kind of it would be easy to stop. I think I might stop after queen takes c3, thinking, well, that's too complicated. But queen b1, yeah, relying on that rook takes d5 trick. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. How should black react then after b4? Because it looks like b5 is a bit of a threat. if black's bishop gets dislodged, then you do fear for black's pieces coordination.
Yes, well, if this is our cause, then we already can basically say that b6 might be a move. On the other hand, we know exactly advancing the pawns in front of your king will give additional target for white. And yes, we do want to keep that bishop on the diagonal, but it's somehow a risky, very risky position.
Yeah, very risky. And Abasov, we should mention he's only spent just over 10 minutes up to this point. They've been going for almost an hour here, so huge time advantage. And I think he's paused at the right moment. Other than b4, Peter, does any other move come to mind?
Well, I'm already, my brain is spoiled with the computer's options, and the computer does suggest like knight c5 is his main move, knight g3, which I don't like and don't understand, is the second move, and b4 is the third move. I mean, humanly speaking, b4 is the first candidate move, and you have to start f5. The big question, we already highlighted that, yes, you shouldn't be stopping your calculation after queen takes this. You have to spot that queen b1. Then b4 will make a lot of sense. I also don't exactly understand knight c5. It feels like it's a jump in some empty air. I mean, anyway, we want to solve that problem with the queen. Yeah, for example, after knight c5, I see some arguments for queen c7. I see some arguments for maybe going with the queen to g6, trying to target that g2 pawn. Clearly, if black would be able to trade queens, that would be fantastic news. No problems immediately. I'm not understanding knight c5. b4 is the move that would concern me from black.
Yeah, I think knight c5 maybe is just hoping for queen c7, because then b4 cannot be met by b6. At least then you don't have to think about any tactics on c3. So maybe this would be the justification. b6 is always met by knight a6 check, of course.
Yeah, but in a practical game, yeah, we go queen f6 and we try to create some pressure on white's king as well.
Yeah, I can see the attraction of knight c5, but like you say, it feels like a one-trick pony, that one. Knight c5 feels a bit odd.
And can you believe what is white's next move? I mean, this basically tells me that no human will ever... Of course, there are other moves as well, but computer highlights that not the knight retreat to d3 is the way to go. I mean, if that's the way, I say, no, thank you very much. That's certainly not how I want to approach this position.
That's something maybe Ulf Andersson would find just retreating. He loves his knights on d3, but I guess coming into e5. But yeah, that is geometry of another level that definitely won't be found. Won't be played.
We are old school. We like the move b4. I basically feel like we can calculate. Yes, we might be able, if we sense that b4 is the right move, and there is only this. Okay, let's show this one more time. It's such an important line. b4 f5. The only reason why a human would not play b4 is this move f5. However, after knight c5, queen takes c3, which is forced, seemingly black has just everything. Queen is threatened to be traded off. The pawn on b4 is falling, but this queen retreat, queen b1, always any kind of retreating move is so easy to miss. With the tactical justification, queen takes b4, rook takes d5, winning a piece. You have to calculate a lot. You have to believe that black doesn't have a different move. A tough call. Abasov has to spend time.
Yeah. A good moment to think, critical moment for Abasov, and maybe we'll check back in later once he's made that decision. Meanwhile, the game between Caruana and Dominguez has changed somewhat, and we've seen at least 2 sets of minor pieces leave the board since we were last there. And here we go, Peter. It is still that Dubov-Tarrasch with the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn. And okay, it's the knight versus bishop kind of face-off that you were predicting a few moves back.
Yeah, I think that this is a very solid structure for black. I also think that it can happen from so many different move orders. I mean, openings like Nimzo queen c2 d5. I believe that first time when I saw this structure, it actually came from a queen c2 d5 Nimzo. Black is just so super solid, sits on squares. There isn't really a realistic chance for white to target that pawn on d5 nicely. Yes, white can certainly, thanks to this pawn on e3, bishop c3 construction, maybe try to play something like queen f3, rook ed1, then go rook d3, rook cd1. But black is super solid. I think that Lenier hang on. Finally, actually, it's now Fabiano is up on the clock. We were assuming that it's still kind of part of Lenier's preparation. It's not the case. He has slowed down a bit.
Yeah, he has slowed down, and it looks like he's in calculation mode. I mean, you know Lenier better than me, but it looks like he's looking at the d4 square. Is he? I mean, I'm trying to work out, is d4 playable here? Is it desirable? I'm not so sure. I guess you look at it just because it is a move, but if not, then maybe black just plays queen f5 or queen e6 or something, improving the position. What do we think?
Yes. I mean, it would be natural just to move the queen, but you absolutely correctly pointed out that the first thing that you check in this position, any position with isolated pawn, do I have the chance of solving all my problems instantly? I believe that the question is the move queen f3. I don't see any other move because e takes d4, rook takes e1, queen e1. We might believe that knight takes d4, we run into some pin, but we also have queen d5 check, which is enough to just evaluate the position as black should be perfectly fine. So clearly the move queen f3 has to be addressed. And now is the question, how do you play?
Yeah, it just feels like I'm going to get pinned on the d file if for example, I play a move like rook to e6. Also, b7 is hanging in a lot of variations. That might be quite annoying.
Yes, that's true. I mean, I was so happy that I had queen f3. I felt like, okay, I have no problems. You are the one who has to, with black, answer some questions. And this is annoying. You are not sure that you want to be answering such questions right away, especially if the position is solid enough.
Yeah. If you have to calculate, if you have to kind of invest 10, 15 minutes and you're still not sure, that's normally not a good sign in this position. So at least I'm expecting Lenier to just improve his queen and improve his pieces. I would love to play a move like queen f5 just to get your h5 pawn rolling. That idea you highlighted earlier, Peter. But either way, you think objectively balanced?
Well, more or less balanced, but for example, after queen f5, the question comes to my mind, what happens after the potential queen trade? Yeah, let's just address this question, queen f5, queen f3, because it's kind of double-edged. Yeah, queen takes f3, king takes f3, the pawn on d5 will be more vulnerable. On the other hand, you might be able to set up some f6, king f7, rook back to e7, d7, king e6, fortresses possession, which might be perfectly fine for the match situation.
Yeah, so it feels like Lenier right now is evaluating potential queen trades, how to sit on the position, how to improve. And I think that would be the perfect time then to go on a short break. And we will, of course, be updating everyone on how these very, very important games go over the next few moves. But yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes. Peter and I will just go and freshen up and stay with us. We'll be back soon.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanation. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Do you guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not
So
interested.
you're not interested in chess players.
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep.
No.
No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it. You get $50, dude. Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Cup. I'm your host David Howell and I'm joined by the one and only Peter Lecko. In front of us we do see Magnus Carlsen, world number 1, who's currently 1-0 up in his mini-match against Gukesh. Let's have a quick look at the action that unfolded yesterday when they played their first game.
The quarterfinals of the FIDE World Cup saw the world number 1 face off against 17-year-old Gukesh. 7 moves into the game, Gukesh long-castled. After Magnus played bishop b4, Gukesh did not want to risk pushing with e5, so instead attacked the bishop. Magnus traded and equalized the position. Gukesh infiltrated Magnus's position with queen takes g7. Calm and collected, Magnus found the only moves and started to gain control of the game. After both players exchanged the knights, the game became a double rook endgame. Although Magnus had a powerful passed e-pawn. After a rook trade, Gukesh thought to activate his remaining rook by swinging it to a2, then a7 with check, although this ended up being a critical mistake. Magnus simply marched his king forward, along with his passed pawn, and Gukesh eventually resigned. Magnus proved yet again that he is the greatest endgame player of all time, along with improving his chances of winning his first World Cup ever.
And yeah, masterclass there. Endgame maestro Magnus Carlsen, of course, working his magic. And Peter, today we see a very different type of position, but also difficult for Gukesh. What do you make of his chances? Magnus did find those critical moves that we were highlighting as potentially very strong for white.
Yes, Magnus is playing principle chess. He isn't thinking about the result. He just wants to make good moves, put the pressure on his opponent. After all, that's the best way of securing a draw if you manage to pose problems to your opponent. I feel like Magnus is also feeling the moment, that he has to spend time. We do see that he has already spent more than 40 minutes, I mean something like 45 minutes for all his moves, and we are only moved 17, but he made sure that he's firmly in control.
Yeah, that's uncharacteristic from Magnus to spend and kind of invest so much time so early, but Maybe it's influenced by the match situation, the fact that he's employing this opening that he rarely uses, the Alapin that we've been talking about. And yeah, like you say, it's been used wisely. It looks like it's worked out well. Knight c5. And now we're predicting probably eliminating that knight for Gukesh. Tough decision, though, for the youngster. Not easy here. Everything he chooses kind of has downsides right now, right, Peter?
Yeah, he is leaning back.
Yeah, feels like Magnus is in boss mode. That body language, very relaxed. And yeah, Gukesh, if he takes this knight on c5, he just allows a very strong pawn on c5. White starts where bishop becomes the key piece. If he drops his queen back instead, yeah, then white has the chance to repeat. And looks like this is the best option for Gukesh. What do we think? How would you evaluate this type of position?
Yeah, well, I think that psychologically it's very difficult for black to make this decision of capturing on c5, because you know exactly that bishop on g3 will be such a monster. The d6 square is vital. White also has this a3 b4 ideas. If that happens, black will be in a lot of trouble. On the other hand, maybe the position is more scary. Maybe it looks more scary than it is in reality, because it's not so easy to push a3 b4. The pawn on a3 will be hanging. Black has chances to regroup the pieces with rook fd8, bishop e8, eventually also some knight e7, bishop c6. The black knight might be able to jump to e4. I believe that it's psychologically very tough to make a decision like capturing on c5, because you feel that it's very risky and very dangerous and it could simply be bad. But if you force yourself and you make the decision, then suddenly you might also get some counter chances.
Yeah, and you can tell it's psychologically tough because Gukesh has now been spending 13 minutes on this one move. Actually, is black threatening to take on c5 in that position, Peter? It's not so easy, not at least intuitive, to find a move for white after your nice move there, rook f to d8.
Yes, I mean, one could argue that, okay, a3 is a very natural move. Queen takes c5 should be, I believe, met by bishop takes e6. That should work. Especially knowing that draw is kind of also fine for us, but probably bishop takes e6 is... no, hang on. Yes, no, bishop takes e6 is kind of a draw. There is this tactic with bishop c7. Wow. Hitting that rook. Yeah, so easy to miss.
And if I move it, rook dc8, let's show...
Then bishop a6 comes.
Wow. That is just evil. That is mean.
For sure. I mean, the queen moves. The queen can't really move because then bishop b7 just wins an exchange. Black probably has to already give up the queen and then try to claim some kind of a compensation. After all, black has a rook piece and a pawn. It's not clear how much is white's advantage, but clearly black is not the one playing for a win here.
Yeah, here I think I would follow Ivanchuk's lead and just resign, just knowing that the match is over, just rather than sit and defend this one for 3-4 hours, just trying to get the extra rating points. But meanwhile, Gukesh has decided, okay, no tricky tactics, such as that bishop a6 idea. Bishop to c8 instead, retreating. It's a bit sad, but at least he's kept his long-term trumps of the bishop pair, and white still has this pawn on d4. What do we make of this decision?
Bishop c8, well, it's a desperate decision. I think that Gukesh is not happy, definitely not happy what he got himself into, and Magnus blitzes out the move a3. Yes, it's a pawn sacrifice. It's also the computer's top choice. Now the point being that knight takes d4 is kind of the thematic idea from white, I mean from black, but it's clearly on Magnus's radar. He wants to go b4, forcing black to capture on f3 when white takes queen takes f3. And look at white's pieces. I mean, yes, black did win a pawn after something like queen b6. White can maybe just follow it up with rook fd1. Might be threatening knight a4, trapping, no, not trapping the queen. There is still the c6 square, but so many options. It's looking very promising for white.
Yeah, I think compensation is an understatement here. It looks like you have everything. Beautiful bishops, queen, knight, rooks. Just for the cost of one pawn. And Yeah, I mean, this is instructive for everyone at home, right? Just needs a draw, but happily giving up pawns without thinking, banking on the activity of the pieces, trusting his calculation here. Magnus, A3 is a really nice move. Psychologically, that'll be tough for Gukesh as well to react to. He spent 15 minutes there, and Magnus replies instantly. Oof. Yeah,
Is there a case?
D8.
Yes. Is there a case to be made for Rook D8 just that the pawn on D4 can be taken thanks to the tactics, but we don't like the outcome of it? And Rook D8 is a natural move, hinting at the D4 pawn and making sure that white is not yet able to play B4 because the pawn on A3 is hanging.
Mm-hmm. So maybe now a threat of, okay, bishop takes c5 first of all, but sometimes knight takes d4. How does white react? I don't really want to retreat. This knight on c5 is so beautiful.
Yeah, not
D8,
easy.
I think. Yeah. Probably the most challenging, at least visually.
Yeah, I think that Rook D8 will be played. It's connected with Bishop C8. Clearly, Gukesh does not want to go for that passive position after grabbing the pawn. That's not a real winning attempt. Rook D8 is flexible choice. And the computer indicates, because this is such a deep move, otherwise we would need 15 minutes thinking about this position before that move comes to our mind, I believe, is Bishop C4 to D3. It might be the move that Magnus actually has foreseen. And let's not forget, Magnus himself took something like 20 minutes to come up with this knight A4, knight C5 plan. I believe that he has spotted the move Bishop D3. According to computer, it's like a very important key move. The rook protects the C5 knight, reinforces that. And let's just highlight that knight takes D4, of course, clearly runs into the simple tactics of takes, takes, and bishop takes H7 check, followed by queen takes D4, picking up the rook. And wow, that's actually bad news, because we were so happy about rook D8, but after bishop D3, again, things are turning in white's favor.
Peter, I think, yeah, I would have needed 2 hours to find bishop d3 by a process of elimination. Suddenly, I was scared of all these pins, all these tactics. I would have been in retreat mode and bring the white knight back to b3 or something kind of cowardly. But bishop d3, it's just so harmonious. All the tactics work there, as you say. Suddenly, black is stuck. Undeveloping with a move like bishop c8, kind of going back to where you came from, is only ever kind of viable when you can back it up with concrete play. But here,
and not move. Yes, yes, please, because I wanted to say, if you don't know what to do, I will suggest you a move for black.
Okay, let's say knight to d5. Just, I don't really know what else.
Going back to
I'm going to
d5.
get my queen trap.
Yes, knight d5. But you don't really have a next move yet. That's your very big problem.
Mm-hmm.
According to computer, white can make now any move, and it's like +1 point something in the position. So white is like a complete control. White just plays a move like rook e1. In fact, the computer goes as far as to say that after bishop d3, if not for the stunning computer move, black is in already serious trouble, and that crazy computer move is rook d8 to d5, which, again, not a move that we as commentators can come up with from our own strengths. But the problem of rook d5 is that probably white even has a repetition at hand with bishop c4, rook d8, and Magnus does not want to play for a draw, but if he gets a direct repetition, of course he can take it. Wow, that's an insanely important moment, that bishop d3 is so powerful here.
Yeah, and yeah, of course, Magnus having gone into that long think, it's definitely on his radar. And actually, maybe there's no other convenient way or harmonious way to meet rook d8. So breaking the pin, setting up all these tactics with bishop takes h7. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And yeah, just like you say, from a human point of view, a move like rook d5, impossible. And in practical terms, this is so difficult for Gukesh.
Yeah, well, for the moment, he has to make up his mind after a3, because he might actually, the reason why I believe that he definitely sees the move bishop d3, otherwise in this match situation, you would blitz out the move rook d8 and put the pressure on white, yeah, that white has to make a move, white has to make some decisions how to deal with this. But if you do understand that bishop d3 is the move, and Magnus has indicated with his last move a3, played instantly, that he is already understanding this position to perfection, then okay, you can start a case for knight takes d4, yeah, because we were a little bit critical, knowing that this definitely gives white fantastic compensation. But after queen b6, black is kind of very solid and has this play with a7, a5, breaking white's construction. And if you try to compare the two lines after rook d8, bishop dc, and this position, then I also see some arguments to going for it.
Yeah, you're right. Rook d8 looks attractive until you showed me bishop d3. Then suddenly I'm turned off massively by that move. So should we investigate here? This is the acid test. We were saying maybe white just improves the rook. Rook fd1 looks very natural, taking the open file, and after a5. Okay, wow, this has been rendered irrelevant because he hasn't gone for this. Here, I guess, Peter, white would have some ideas. Before we get to Gukesh's move, Gukesh is basically trying to set up the pieces for the next game. He's retreated his bishop to c8. Now he's gone back to d8 with his queen.
Yeah, but this is definitely complete desperation. I mean, it cannot be good. Okay, what's the point? So the point is that he's hoping for knight takes d4 tactic, and against b4, he's definitely counting on a5. Yeah, targeting that b4 pawn as quickly as possible. If white advances b5, then again this tactical motive with knight takes d4 come into play. Wow, surprising, but maybe it's interesting. Who knows?
Yeah, and now you showed me this bishop d3 idea. I can't get it out of my head, but bishop d3 or bishop a2 or a bishop move would make sense, just to make sure that knight takes d4 doesn't arrive, just to overprotect the white knight on the c file.
Yeah, bishop dc or bishop a2. Yeah, both moves are kind of very natural. And the bishop on c8 is stuck. Yeah, we can never play the move b6. That's the big problem, because then the tactics with knight takes d6 and the hanging knight on c6 will pose us big problem. And without that b6 move, we can't get rid of this monster knight on c5. It feels like white position is fantastic. One case could be made. Black loves to go bishop d6, trying to get that knight to e7 and slowly get harmony. Is that a move that black could try to make after bishop d3?
Yeah. Would make sense. And could I tease you here and tickle you with bishop to h4, asking you to play bishop e7 again?
Yes, you can. I mean, knowing the match situation, I can't play the move bishop e7 in any other circumstances. I believe I would instantly play the move. If I want to spice things up and I don't mind taking risks because I'm in a desperate situation, then a move like knight e7 comes to mind.
Yeah. Yeah, at least Gukesh is alive. I mean, it's not the most attractive chess we've ever seen, but he's found a way to keep all the pieces on the board by pushing his pieces back to their starting squares. Yeah, I'm expecting bishop a2 or bishop d3. I'm not sure which one, and either way it does look. Maybe bishop a2, Peter, just to keep ideas of d5 in mind.
Yes, I also feel that now that bishop a2 is possible, it's somehow more natural from a human perspective that we keep the control of the d5 square, we keep an eye on, and ask black, please make a move. I mean, what is really happening after bishop a2? It's not obvious. Black's last couple of... let's just go back to the starting position when we got this position to understand what we are talking about. We saw this position and we highlighted that white's knight on b5 is misplaced. Black has a nice grip on the d5 square, and thanks to this, the position is kind of dynamic balanced. And then let's take a look what happened in the last couple of 6-7 moves. And we see that actually white has made tremendous progress and black was forced all the way back. And that's the reason why we are so critical of black's position. White's knight from b5 landing on c5. Black has lost control of the d5 square, and Magnus actually opted for bishop b5.
And yeah, bishop b5, also a natural move. Yeah, I was just looking back at move 10, Peter, so that now this is move 19. On move 10, black brought his queen back to d8, and basically he's got the same position now, just having castled. 9 moves later, he's just got 1 extra move, and all of his pieces are still on the same squares they were 9 moves ago. Incredible. Meanwhile, Magnus has had basically 8 free moves, and he's used them quite well. Okay, so bishop b5, there's a threat.
Yeah, but the move bishop b5 actually gives me some hope from black side, yeah, that I have the move queen b6 moving again with the queen, but hitting that bishop on b5. How do you react to this?
Okay. This is true. I want to play a move like queen e2, but then you have knight takes d4, this tactic. Again. Yeah, I don't really want to take on c6 while you can take with the queen. This is a bit strange that Magnus rushed so quickly.
Yes, I'm also surprised because he made sure that he has everything under control, and now the move bishop b5 was very quickly decided on for no obvious clear reasons. And okay, the queen on d8 definitely wasn't the final destination of black's queen. And if I'm getting the chance to play this move with tempo, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, queen d3, there's still knight takes d4, I guess. Can I not protect my bishop? This is crazy.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Suddenly, both the white's pieces are hanging on b5 and c5. Suddenly, Magnus, he played that move, but head in hands. Maybe he realized, whoops, he pulled the trigger a bit too fast. Also, yeah, Peter, bishop b5 is unnatural. You very rarely go to these squares in these isolated queen pawn positions. So, of course, he's setting up a tactic with knight takes b7, but that's easily dealt with.
Yeah, and we have been seeing Magnus leaning back and being happy while Gukesh is taking his time. And now, if I see at the camera correctly, Magnus has made the move and he stays there. He glares at the board and is in full concentration mode, as if, did I just relax? Did I just relax and I missed the move queen b6? That's what I'm reading from Magnus's body language, but that could be a very big miss.
Yeah, very big miss potentially from the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, allowing Gukesh back in the game if queen b6 is found. And Peter, let's zoom out while Gukesh is away from the board. Let's check out the bird's eye view. Of course, the games are moving at pace at this point. We're deep into the middle game in most positions, some endgames even in the Women's World Cup. And which positions catch your eye?
Well, I think that in the Erigaishi game we had some developments. And since we have been talking about Van Alapin, I think it would be fair to jump right in there. That's also our other must-win game from black side. Black players are really fighting there against the Alapin, Pragg and Gukesh. We went exactly along the lines we discussed. It was kind of the natural, logical follow-up. So it wasn't like we discovered America or something like this, but it's always nice to get those moves on the board that we just no, hang on. You were highlighting that after h3, you are thinking that maybe a timely a6 could be important for black.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't remember exactly when to flick it in. I'm not sure how important it is to flick it in now rather than in, for example, the game position or close to the position we have. But I remember it was quite nice to just relieve the pressure on the knight on c6, at least force white backwards.
Yeah, in the game we have seen h3, bishop e6, rook d1, queen c7, bishop f4, rook a d8 happen. Just highlighting that, yes, what you mentioned, that there will always be a case to be made for a6. Another idea that you mentioned was eventually jumping with that knight from b6 to d5, an idea I very much liked.
Yeah, it makes sense here. Black is slightly cramped. White has a bit more space due to the pawn on e5, so any piece trades, any successful piece trades will quite likely favor black. And I guess that's why Erigaisi's thinking right now. There's no obvious moves for white. And again, I mentioned that game, that kind of blitz game with Kasparov, and I just remember feeling uncomfortable because there were no kind of automatic moves. And that's what you want in chess in general, but especially in these types of positions as white, you want a plan. And there's not an obvious plan here due to the pressure on e5.
Yes, and black has very harmonious pieces. I mean, this is a great development for Gukesh. It's the most important. White doesn't have an easy play. Black knows exactly what he wants to do. And also if white, for example, feels like, all right, it's maybe time to just liquidate. It's not so easy to liquidate, because if white decides to start trading pieces, then that pawn on e5 will prove to be vulnerable. I don't know exactly if black can take it, but because we might be pinned. But let's just highlight, yeah, so rook takes d1, queen takes d1 would be one way of thinking, but the long-term issue is also, even if black is not able to take, let's just ask computer why. No, actually, black can take, however, computer says that there will be a queen d8 check, and the pawn on e7 falls. That's the problem, and it's a very drawish position. And this is not important line. I just wanted to highlight that it's not so easy for white to just take the pieces, and black has something to play with no matter what white is doing.
Yeah, and in terms of body language, it definitely looks like Pragg is the more relaxed of the two. I think he's very content with how the opening's gone. Yeah, I think this is the maximum you can hope for in a must-win situation against the Alapin as black. Yeah, very tense. What moves come to mind, Peter? If we can't liquidate, if we can't trade off loads of pieces and kind of guide it towards safety, what to do instead?
Well, a move like bishop g3 comes to my mind. I mean, just removing that bishop from the tempo with knight d5. And also, if then you insist on knight d5, I would have, yeah, the move rook ac1 just happened. Just very quickly to highlight what we discussed there, like bishop g3, knight d5. There's a idea like after takes, and we capture everything. For example, if black would to be taken with the bishop on d5, then I have e6, and suddenly my bishop is not hanging on f4, it's protected. I'm destroying the pawn structure. That would be some kind of an idea, but this is all not relevant. Arjun has played the move rook ac1.
Yeah, very natural move. And I remember, I mean, that game, I think it was a slightly different move order, but in a similar situation, Gary, for example, traded here on d1 and played knight back to d7 and basically tried to force my hand, forced me to trade off pieces. I'm not sure about knight d7 here because of knight d5. After rook takes d1, for example. But yeah, there must be ways to add kind of tension, add pressure onto the e5 pawn. I'm wondering even if rook d8 here, Peter, is, we mentioned trading off pieces kind of helps black. It's just towing that line between objectivity and kind of keeping enough tension to try and win the game. Maybe that's the hardest path for black.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, black has solved all the problems. And talking about keeping some tension, the move knight b4 came to my mind. Like maybe just fighting for the d5 square or eventually setting up some bishop c4 ideas. Is that trying also to trap that bishop with a6? Clearly, maybe it's something to think about. Certainly I would be thinking about because it's a must-win game. And I believe Pragg will keep as much tension as possible in the position.
Yeah, actually I like knight b4. a6 a bit of a strategic threat there. Unless white has some knight g5, knight d4 ideas to kind of counter hit the black bishop on e6. But maybe that doesn't do anything. Maybe just a6 anyway.
Yeah, it's something to work with. Pragg is taking his time. The move rook ac1 had been played. He certainly knows that, yes, I got a game. I have some chances. The big question, is there some realistic chances? He will definitely look for counterbalance. I mean, some disbalances in the position because there is something really to play for here.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like he's equalized objectively, and the next phase will be trying to outmaneuver Erigaisi. And a bit more time on the clock, 10 minutes extra for Pragg right now. Should we check out the game between Abasov and Vidit? Because it's not quite what we predicted, but something feels like it's kind of gone in white's favor here still. Okay, the queen was kicked away from the center back to c7, which we didn't like necessarily for Vidit.
Yes, well, but it started with queen d2, a very smart move. Actually, computer says it's not a good move because computer highlights that you don't have to fear this pin against the rook, and the move like knight f6 could have been played, but it's such a crazy move. It looks like knight f6, knight d6 almost loses on the spot. Yeah, the vulnerable queen on e5, but then computer encores this incredible counterplay with knight e4, and the tactics seemingly help black to neutralize the pressure. But this is completely crazy. It's insane. For example, the line knight takes f7, queen f6, knight takes d8, knight takes d2, knight takes c6 check, b takes c6, rook takes d2 is very unpleasant for black. White has sacrificed the the queen, but has a rook, a bishop, and an extra pawn. And the problem for black is the vulnerable structure. I mean, this will be also a very one-sided affair. Not sure that we did, or the players missed it, or they evaluated that, no, we don't go for it. They opted for queen c7, stability, knight c5, jump now, and black's queen was forced to c7, no counterplay anymore on the king side. The move a6 played, which is criticized by the computer, and c4, that's the current position.
Okay, and some crazy tactics in that position, Peter. I mean, I definitely don't blame the players for being slightly inaccurate here. Must be so hard to tread that narrow line. c4, though, the game position, I'm expecting knight back somewhere. I mean, b6 feels like an awkward square, protects the king, but no great jumping opportunities. Knight f6. I'm slightly worried about queen b4 ideas.
Well, I think that knight f6 followed by knight d7 would be a very natural way of getting rid of that knight. But the question is, can we do that? You have queen b4, also you have queen c3. I mean, both moves make sure that I have to worry about something. Yeah, knight a6 check after queen b4, and after queen c3, the hanging pawn on g7 causes headache. And probably this is the reason why Vidit is taking his time. Is there an idea like knight e7, knight f5, and try to head towards the d4 square? Is that an option?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like a nice path for the knight. I guess the question is, are there also some tactics actually, Peter, with bishop takes g2? I was just going to say queen c3 hits the g7 pawn might be awkward, but white
bishop
knight c5 is
g2
hanging.
Maybe. I mean, but you anyway have your move, queen b4, yeah? The tempo winning move with knight a6 check. And I have to... Okay, humanly we would move the king to a8. And kind of, okay, yeah, there is some pressure, but I also understand Vidit's move h6 was criticized by the computer that, okay, black is also trying to gain some space on the queen side with g5, creating some counterplay ideas. I mean, I don't buy computer's evaluation of +1 point something. It just doesn't feel like that. I agree, white has the initiative, black has to be very careful, but I mean, it's plasticos in my eyes.
Yeah, exactly. It's the type of advantage that could disappear with kind of one semi-inaccurate move. Okay, first of all, where to put let's try and predict Vidit's move. 25 minutes on the clock. This is quite severe time trouble already. Only move 20 for Vidit. Move 21 about to be played. I think knight f6 feels natural somehow.
Yes, it's the more natural one. And then where do we... Because it looks like placing the queen anywhere and then setting up the idea of b4, b5, hitting that bishop is something that is very natural. But after queen e3, I was hoping that knight d7 is possible. Computer says no, it's not possible. I don't know why. Oh, wow. After knight d7, the computer says, nah, you come back with the knight to d3. Knight d7 was a big mistake. My friend, I'm going to go b4, targeting your bishop. And if you move that knight back to f6, then the knight lands on e5.
Yeah, I think in chess, Peter, knights on d3 are just always good. I don't know why. They always just seem to be well placed on d3 in any opening, in any position, in Carlsbad structures, in Catalans, in clearly this structure as well.
Yes, I immediately had the feeling that you mean the Catalan knight on d3 and some beautiful massage in some endgame, for example.
You know me too well.
Yes. Yeah, that's for sure. And also the Carlsbad structure, yeah, that knight on d3. And we see, and we talked about this yesterday in the Pragnanda Erigaishi game, that white got that knight on d3 and Erigaishi immediately chopped it off with the bishop on f5, with the light square bishop just eliminating that knight and created counterplay on the dark squares. Yeah, okay, but I also feel, and look at the body language of Vidit, he's in a serious trouble. I believe that he's extremely nervous. It's so much at stake. The chance of reaching the semifinals, which would basically give him excellent chances to fight for the candidates. Yeah, because 3 spots from 4 guaranteeing the qualification for the candidates. And then he's here. Yesterday he played a marathon game of more than 100 moves. Before he played that insane tiebreak match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He did not have a rest day. I kind of feel sorry for Vidit that he's under so much pressure right at the beginning.
Yeah, like you say, that game yesterday, I mean, that marathon game, I don't think it would have been actually productive to analyze it too deeply, because Vidit will realize that he was actually quite close to getting a decisive advantage yesterday. And yeah, on paper, this is like the dream pairing to get close to the candidates. But he is facing a man in the form of his life, Abasov. And after knight e7, we're expecting him to move quite quickly. Queen b4 looks very natural in that line we showed. Yeah, Abasov just so calm, it feels like, just so collected. And yeah, it feels like just the speed with which he's playing, he really backs himself right now. Queen to b4. Does queen c3 allow bishop takes g2, Peter?
Yeah, we have to check this, because queen c3, apparently, according to the computer, no, it's not possible, but certainly it's a move that keeps on hanging in the air. Computer just says that, okay, no need to panic, knight a6 check, we destroy the pawn structure, then we get this monster bishop on g2, and in the long run, there is no way you can survive this with the king. The computer goes even as far as to claim like almost a +3 advantage for white.
Obviously. Never in doubt. Yeah, I mean, once you see bishop takes g2, you kind of think, okay, knight a6 is the only viable alternative, and this white bishop is supremely strong. It's like a Catalan all over again. But yeah, right now, evaluating that is another matter, of course, from afar for Abasov. Queen b4 may be the safe way to do it, just to avoid this tactic.
Well, but there is this idea, that if we can play the move queen c3, and we don't have to worry about bishop g2, then the move queen c3 actually eyes the g7 pawn just in case. I don't think that this is immediately so important, but also we have the thematic b4 idea, and there is so much harmony in white's position. Yeah, the knight on c5 is a monster. It cannot be kicked away with b6 because of knight a6 fork. That's the big problem black faces, and I don't know exactly. I mean, something like knight f5 and then trying to, against b4, take on d1 and go rook d8, trying to change all the pieces is the only idea that I see.
Yeah. It feels like a situation where Abasov will either play queen b4 very quickly and then just try and work out things later, or he'll spend 5-10 minutes, he'll come to the conclusion bishop takes g2 is not really a threat, and then queen c3 happens. Maybe we just, before moving on to the next game, we quickly investigate what happens there, Peter, just to see how difficult it is for Vidit after knight f5 and, queen c3, sorry, knight f5, and your idea of trying to just trade everything off and seek solace in the endgame.
Yeah, knight f5, so b4 would be thematic, and we want to play rook takes z1, and very much we want to go rook d8. Can we do that? That's the key question. Rook d8, white probably has to trade. He has to keep the momentum going. Queen takes d8. Now, if it's black to move, we're going to go queen d4. We are very happy. Nothing to worry about. So white pushes b5. We have to fall back with the bishop to 8. How bad is this? Computer gives very big advantage for white. Humanly speaking, I would be relieved with the black pieces here.
Yeah, I would be thinking, okay, the middle game's over. Let's fight it out in a balanced, almost balanced endgame. Like you say, queen d4 is coming. If the queens come off, it's very different, of course. Maybe black can claim the advantage because the king is actually near us at the action. I mean, again, it must be concrete, right? There must be something.
Well, but actually the computer drives me crazy. I wanted to highlight some concrete lines, but is a4. I mean, what is this? Ignoring our threat of queen d4. Yeah, we want to play queen d4, which is not even mentioned by the computer, okay? And then just sidestepping with the queen to a3 and saying that this is almost, I mean, plus 1.8. Come on. Just going a5, the bishop on f1 protects the c4 pawn. This is way out of human reach to understand that this is so strong.
I feel like it's a daily debate here. It's like computers, they're so infuriating, but then they open our eyes to so many beautiful things. But yeah, I guess here the human argument would be that the black bishop on e8 is a bit dead, at least in the near future. And white has an easy attack against the black king, as long as we can keep the remaining pieces on the board, keep queens on. But I mean, for Vidit, for Abasov, to evaluate this, they will think it's close to level, maybe, like you said, plus equals slightly better for white, but nothing amazing to write home about. So let's give the benefit of the doubt to the players. This evaluation bar, slightly misleading, but looking pleasant. And Queen C3 on the board. Abasov just in great form.
Yes, and I somehow have the feeling that we might be going along these lines. Abasov clearly not believing that he has almost a decisive advantage and knight f5 played. He only knows that, okay, probably I'm pressing. That's also ideal scenario. First game was a draw. Yeah, b4 blitzed out. I'm also expecting that, yeah, Vidit has already spent so much time on the clock. He needs to speed up, and rook takes d1, rook d8 are the moves that you definitely feel like you have to play, so you shouldn't waste time.
Yeah, definitely when someone's under pressure on the clock, it's kind of autopilot trade pieces and just try and survive till later on. So actually that whole line we showed might come to fruition. Maybe we leave the players to go down that variation. Okay, where else to go next, Peter? We haven't seen the game between Fabiano and Dominguez too much. Okay, rook takes d1 is played, so that whole line we predicted will come to pass.
Yes, okay. Just very quickly jumping back. Yeah, so rook takes d1, rook takes d1. I'm also believing that rook d8 will be played, and then the game slows down. Yeah, both players will feel like, okay, black will feel that, okay, I have passed the worst. I somehow navigated into a slightly inferior endgame, but I should be holding this. And white feels like, okay, yes, yeah, rook d8 played. I have some chances, I have the initiative, and let's try to make the most out of my chances. But certainly it gives us a good chance to move around. Caruana was the game we wanted to discuss quickly.
Yes. Okay, so not too much has changed here. I guess just a bit of maneuvering. Dominguez is trying to come around somewhere with the black knight. But meanwhile, Fabiano is going to put some pressure on the black d pawn. He's going to double up on the d file, and I'm not sure what next, but at least it looks like white's maximized his pieces somewhat. Do you think this is leading anywhere concrete, Peter?
Yeah, basically compared to what we saw before, yeah, after rook e4, bishop c3, we were debating that does black play the move queen f5 or does he just go queen e6 in the game? It featured queen e6, white follows up with queen f3, and this is the good news for white, that now his moves are so much more easier. It's clear that what you want to do from the white side with black, because you are in some kind of waiting territory, it's never so easy to make instant moves. h6, rook d1, knight e7, rook d2, b6, already setting up a solid construction. But that's always a big question. Yeah, that do you play b6 with pawn on a7, or do you go a6 with pawn on b7? I believe that now the answer is that black is trying to somehow block the white's bishop range. Yeah, that could be a reason for b6.
Yeah, I always struggle with those strategic decisions, Peter. It's like whether to play h3 or g3 with white. Do you weaken the dark squares or the light squares? Here it's like on the queen side, do you which color complex do you weaken? I think long-term b6 is maybe not the most desirable, but yeah, maybe he's just going to put pawns on f6, b6 and say, okay, you shall not pass. And white's bishop, not necessarily great right now. If it ever sits on d4, then it will just get traded off by a black knight. So, okay, Fabi, very quick move there, up on the clock. Rook d1. And yeah, I'm expecting another just waiting move. What to do next? f6. Just sit.
Yes, eventually, let's just highlight that white has an idea. White can try to play rook d3, rook d2, queen d1, triple against the d pawn, and threaten with bishop b4. Because if we do that, then actually the knight on e7, which is protecting the pawn on d5, will be eliminated, and black's pawn on d5 will be vulnerable. And if we are already thinking about this kind of ideas, we somehow understand why the computer is insisting that sooner or later black will have to push that pawn from a7 to a5, which to the human eye is certainly a move you don't want to do, because that clearly weakens the b6 pawn. On the other hand, maybe Lenny has already foreseen that I will have to defend against bishop b4 in long run. I have to think on squares, so Well, I mean, Fabi is making some progress. It's not such an easy position for black to defend.
Yeah, slow and steady. Very slow here, but very steady. I love that idea, actually, Peter. Just kind of setting up that Alekhine gun, just tripling up on the d-file. And at least psychologically, it'll be slightly uncomfortable for Dominguez. Of course, a lot of moves left as well till the time control, so maybe some time pressure incoming. But what do you think? Shall we check out the women's games? We haven't been there for a while. It looks like those have heated up slightly.
Yes, I think it's a good moment to check out what happens. And wow, okay. So Goryachkina is defending this endgame, but we are seeing black making tremendous progress. Yes, white is still kind of solid. I mean, the structure is not solid, but trying to protect all the weaknesses with white's king on e3, that was a very well played maneuver, just to highlight that black has got this fantastic grip on the f4 square, on the d4 square, and all these weaknesses would be really devastating for white if not for the fact that white has managed to activate the king or to bring the king to e3. Let's just very quickly do the moves to appreciate the ideas that the players are playing. Knight takes d7, knight f3, rook hd8, rook d2, knight c5, rook hd1. So one pair of rooks had been traded off, but I think this is great for black that she keeps one pair of rooks alive. That basically guarantees certain long-term chances, going for some h5, h4, king d1. And I like this move. It would have been so easy to panic with white that, yeah, black is playing on the king side, on the queen side. You don't know exactly from which angle the danger is coming. But she understood that she has to bring that king to e3 for stability. And slowly she manages to get there. It comes at the cost of even giving up the f4 square. But finally the king has landed on e3. What do you take of this? What kind of winning chances do you believe black has here?
Yeah, this is a tough one, Peter, because, I mean, I just find white's position so unattractive right now. It's just kind of the pawn structure is ugly, access to outposts. But yeah, objectively, I still do believe it should be a draw. There's just, I mean, in effect, it will just be one weakness. If white can trade off one set of knights, I think very close to that draw. It's almost fortress type of position as well. And in terms of pawn breaks, the only way to open things, the only way to create something concrete, black is pretty much reduced to two ideas. That will be f5 and b5. I don't think b5's ever realistic, or at least I'd be reluctant because it will give white access to some squares. So despite the ugly nature of white's position, I do kind of agree that she's found some kind of a good setup to minimize the damage. I don't think f5 is necessarily going to hit with too much force either, at least in the near future. Oof, I think this one's going to be a long, long grind, but I would say maybe black has small winning chances, but not too much more than that, unless if Goryachkina gets too distressed by all of the holes in her position.
Yeah, my very first instinct was also like, oof, I hate this position on the white side. I just can't look at this pawn structure. This is terrible. I mean, black has everything what black could ever dream of. You had access to the f4 square, access to the d4 square on the other hand. Because it's an endgame and all the bishops are already traded off, white's king on e3 sits very comfortably. There is just no force that can really cause any threats. And the big question, how do we break? It's a game of patience. Yeah, the black shouldn't be rushing anything. Try to keep the game going. Try to make some psychological threats, like signaling that I might want to do this. Then your opponent tries to defend against some ideas which are not even in the position, and then maybe you can use that situation to your benefit. Concretely, move pen move, black can't really make anything of this advantage. Has to take it slowly.
Yeah, I would love for black's king, for example, to be over on c7. You could hint that later you could go on a bit of a walk around the queen side, but that's impossible because the white rook is sitting, kind of cutting that king off. And in terms of piece trades, I don't think you want to trade anything here as black. That's the other issue. Any knight exchanges might just release the pressure. Any rook exchange, I don't really see helping black at all. So yeah, it's beautiful, but maybe it's just too beautiful for black. No breakthrough. Okay, Tanzong Yi, she will just maneuver patiently. I'm looking at moves like knight h3 just coming round, or just kind of annoying niggly moves just to kind of sit on the position. Maybe rook f8 or rook b8 just to hint at these pawn breaks, at least force the opponent to calculate a bit. But yeah, it's far, far away from any kind of efficient breakthrough or plan.
Yeah, we also have to kind of wait here. We can't really be explaining more than what we have already explained about this position. This gives us a good chance to move to the other game. What kind of development do we have? Okay, the position is a symmetrical one in Salimova-Muzichuk game, but there is still some tension in the position because white is threatening to enter with the rook to c7. That's clear black shouldn't be allowing, but there is also the big question that if black plays the move bishop d6, then the rook trade eventually with rook d1. I mean, just to highlight that it's not a given that something like this, bishop e7, rook d8, bishop d8. Of course, if that black pawn would be on b5, it would be shake hands territory, but with this weakness on b4 and white king coming, however, it's a tempo move. Game that king d3, king d5 might be just in time, and black moves the bishop. What is your take that how big is the danger black is faced with, or is it not dangerous at all?
Yeah, here I think it's just unpleasant kind of symbolically, but that position, as long as black gets to d5 first, it should be a draw with rooks off the board. I mean, here as well, I think it's just the fact that Muzichuk has to calculate some king and pawn endgames, some bishop endgames. It's a bit unpleasant. Rook, I'm also wondering, Peter, bishop d6, the first move that came to my mind was rook c4, just to be a bit tricky.
Wow. Targeting, and if we play the move a5, then already the bishop endgame could be more dangerous.
Then I'm more tempted by the bishop endgame, because your pawns are on dark squares. Maybe it's still a draw with black's king on d5. In that line we showed, but at least it feels like a small gain for white.
Yeah, also, okay, basically we don't have to fear the pawn. So I believe king c6 can be played before going bishop e7. Also, white has some problem activating the king. Yeah, we can just sidestep with the rook against king e2 with rook e8 check. Yeah, one could maybe make an argument that white can fall back with the bishop and then try to keep this game going. I mean, tiny little edge. Yeah, white has a tiny little edge, but I mean, seeing that both players have more than half an hour on the clock, it's very unrealistic. I mean, I can't really imagine that black will not be able to solve her problems over the board.
Yeah, it definitely feels like black is the one trying to get this draw, but should be fine. I'm not sure. How about just rook d7? Is it unpleasant just kind of sitting, not committing to any piece trades? Because bishop d6 is clearly desirable, but if she's afraid of this potential bishop endgame, this one just looks unpleasant. Black has to sit.
Yes, what I'm a little bit afraid of with black, that yeah, the king cannot really enter the center. The king is shut down, and white can eventually slowly make some progress on the king side. Of course, there are no real direct dangers for black, but if there is no clear way of making sure that you neutralize the pressure, in long terms, if white keeps on improving, it can be a bit annoying.
Yeah, feels like maybe one of the critical moments of the game. Just if she plays bishop d6 and has worked everything out here, Muzichuk, it looks like she's about to make a move. Then it should be quite a painless draw. But any other move, and we might be in for a bit of a long grind. At least it's a pleasant position for Salimova to be in, zero risk, and maybe likely to get those playoffs. But she can try and put some pressure on. Yeah. So you're predicting draw here, Peter?
Yes, I'm predicting a draw, but I fully agree that black has to be careful and show some precision in order to fully neutralize white's studs, because this dark squared pawn on b4 and black's king cut on the C file gives some long-term hope for white at least. I mean, of course, it's very drawish, but if not for the fact that this pawn is so vulnerable, then we would not even be discussing this position. We would just say that we are expecting the draw to happen any moment. But with the pawn on b4, this has the potential to be a long game.
Yeah, it has the potential to be a long game. And I think on that note, we've done a bit of a roundup. I think it's time to take a break, and we will be back with the time scrambles as the clocks tick down. And yeah, a lot of drama guaranteed, as several players will be eliminated today. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon after a short break.
This 18-year-old Indian chess prodigy advanced to the quarterfinals of the World Cup after an incredible game. In round 5, Grandmaster Pragg Rameshbabu faced off against 8-time Hungarian champion Ferenc Gukesh. After opening with the French, Pragg spent 4 moves to place his rook in en-prise, which is when a piece is under attack and threatened with material loss. The first of 3 brilliant moves came when Pragg shifted his rook on b1 to a1, leaving en-prise on the board. After Gukesh mistakenly took a free pawn on the king side, Pragg unleashed a devastating attack which involved sacrificing the rook. And the third brilliancy came with knight takes d5, where if taken, checkmate would be unavoidable. Gukesh tried to keep the game alive, but after knight b6 check, forking the king and rook, there was little that could be done. Pragg achieved victory and advanced to the quarterfinals alongside 3 of his countrymen, an incredible achievement for India as they make up 50% of the remaining World Cup competitors. 309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Pragg and Gukesh. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Cup held in Azerbaijan, and it is one of the local heroes who looks to be pulling off potentially an upset here, as Abasov has a huge advantage against Vidit. Abasov, he's the sole remaining representative from Azerbaijan, and Peter, it looks like he's inspired by local support.
For sure, yeah, it's incredible what a high level Abasov has shown throughout the tournament. I think that his journey started with an incredible win already against Laurent Fressinet, because in the second round, to be knocking out a player like Fressinet, it's very tough. We know exactly he's super solid, he's brilliantly prepared. So that was the first step. Then he knocked out Anish Giri. Then he knocked out Peter Svidler. Then he knocked out Salem Saleh, who also played the tournament of his life. And he was handling all the crazy situations also with so much calmness. It's a truly impressive performance from Abasov.
Yeah, incredible performance. And here we see that Vidit is in trouble, not just on the board, but also on the clock. Only 14 minutes left against Abasov's 53 minutes. And the reason we think that Abasov is doing so well is simply he's going to push some pawns. Doesn't seem to be too much ammunition, potential attacking ammunition against the Black King, but looks like enough control as long as queens are on the board to cause that Black King some trouble. Peter, it looks natural to me at least to start pushing some of those pawns. I'm not sure which one, A5, C5, if the order matters too much. But Black, do you see any counterplay?
Well, I think that the last white's move was very instructive and very strong, because Black was definitely relying on somewhere Queen D4 defense. We talked about this. And White retreats the knight to B3, making sure that the D4 square is covered. So any kind of Queen D4 jumps are out of the question. With it, stabilizes the king side with F6. Yes, it slightly weakens the E6 pawn, but the reason why I'm calling it a stabilizing move, that the pressure from G7 is removed. Somehow also the Black bishop is opened up. The problem is that it's not really going anywhere, and just as David, you indicated, White has all the chances to keep on advancing. I don't know, so if A5 or C5, and where is Black's counterplay?
Yeah, I think that's the main struggle here for Vidit. You can tell body language, he's in panic mode. Maybe the plan is to play E5, bishop F7, something along those lines, or E5 and knight D4, depending on how you would evaluate any knight exchanges. You need to release the pressure somehow. You need to get active. Black's queen bishop just not really doing too much right now. Yeah, how dangerous is it? Let's say I start with A5. I'm not sure exactly why I want to start with that one, but just instinct.
Well, and your instinct, I think, is up to the point, because the idea that we wanted from the Black side is E5, but suddenly there are some dangers with A6, Queen F3, double attack on the knight on F5, and eventual Queen A8 check. So basically after A5, I might have to make a preparatory move. However, we have also seen that just 2 moves ago, Vidit after a4 has sidestepped with his king to c8. So now after king c8, knight b3, f6, a5. If we are to be forced to, so a5, if we are forced to move that king back to b8, psychologically that's so difficult to do since the king just moved from b8 to c8.
Yeah, surely not going to happen, king b8 in that position. It's a bit mysterious why he put the king on c8 in the first place, Vidit. Maybe just lacking any other kind of productive moves. But a5, maybe we can investigate that. Is it so bad after e5, a6? Maybe it's just terminal immediately.
Yeah, very dangerous. I don't really see a move. B takes a6. Let's just highlight, probably lose it on the spot to queen f3. Things can escalate so quickly. The knight is attacked. Knight is hanging. If black jumps to d4, which was the idea, yes, it was the idea, but it does not help here since white has this invading check. King c7, queen takes a7 check, and king c8 will probably run into some mate after b6, and it should be game over. So yes, it looks like an endgame. It's a slow grind, but no, there are also concrete problems.
Yeah, and a5
on the board. Yes.
Oof. Such a tough spot for Vidit, who's played a great tournament, who's kind of stuck in that, never really looked in trouble in any game throughout the event. And yeah, suddenly facing elimination against the London system. Okay, how about if I just play bishop f7? It looks like he's reaching out, ready to move. Okay, queen d1. Going active.
Okay, active plus also actually the queen controls the f3 square. Yeah, that's probably the main idea. Of course, yeah, there is a pin. White blitzes out queen b4, which was top NG move, to be honest. Of course, it's also a very natural move. Black enters with the queen. You play the move to b4. You are also settling yourself eventually to enter. Plus, it's a very nice diagonal, posing some more trouble. And Vidit's clock is ticking. The position is annoying. He basically needs a miracle to survive this.
Yeah, and just Abasov, I mean, I can't praise him enough right now. Not just the fact that he's playing kind of all the best engine moves, it's just the fact that he's kind of found this position where he can play such easy natural moves, and the fact that he's doing it quickly. I mean, such a high stakes game, about to be in the last 4 potentially of the World Cup tournament of his life, most important game of his life, and he's just blitzing pretty much. How scary is this? Queen f8, queen c5 check, as you mentioned, look potentially devastating. What does black even do?
Very unpleasant. And the problem is that you constantly have to worry about these ideas. Yeah, you have to burn time again. It will be very low on the clock. Just to highlight, yeah, black can of course parry this with queen d6, but that runs into another tempo, c5, and just incredible that black cannot really do anything against this advancement. This bishop on f1 gives the stability. That's actually the key bishop. One could think about this bishop that, okay, that's the only piece which doesn't really do much in the game. No, that's exactly the key piece, gives the stability, and white just advances. And computer goes all the way to say like this is +3.5 to +4 advantage already.
Wow. Ouch. That is difficult. And I'm being told by our producer that black's best move in the game position, Peter, queen to d8. That's Gukesh-like at this point. We saw Gukesh play queen back to d8 2 or 3 times in the opening there. But in this position, just, I mean, it's even if you play that move, it looks tough. And that move alone is hard to find, or hard to motivate yourself to play.
And also, you don't understand what is the benefit. Yeah, for example, after queen d6, c5, I said the computer evaluates it like almost +4. So what did it really change? Yeah, queen d8. I keep on advancing the pawn to c5. All right, computer confirms +3 advantage. It's not a dream scenario at all. Black is in a lot of trouble. And the problem is that his moves are so difficult because there are no good moves. And white's good moves are the most natural ones in the position.
And he was reaching for his queen a moment ago, Vidit. He retracted his hand. Like you say, c5 is pretty much automatic. If not, there'll be some nasty queen checks. White's bishop can rejoin later via c4 potentially. Everything against Vidit right now, and the clock situation is almost disastrous as well. I've been there myself. When you're in trouble in such high stakes games, the last thing you need is time pressure as well.
Yeah, also kind of, I feel very sorry for Vidit that he can't really understand that why is it so bad? Yeah, it shouldn't be so bad. It looks like it should be worse, but should be fightable. No, that was the first human impression, and the more we get into the position, it looks like I don't see a power that can stop White's advance. Yeah, the pawns are just rolling, marching forward, and Black is completely paralyzed.
Yeah, it just looks so innocent what he did in the opening Abasov, what he did in the middle game. Even when earlier you were telling me, okay, the engine thinks it's a big advantage for White, I was thinking, no, it can't be. And surely that's, like you say, going through Vidit's mind as well. He's done nothing wrong. He hasn't blundered, hasn't made any clear mistake, but slowly being squeezed. Those pawns are just steamrollering him at this point. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that decision of going long castle, yeah, it looked like, all right, yes, it's dangerous, but if it's dangerous, it should be dangerous for the next couple of moves. If Black will be able to trade pieces or harmonize his pieces, it should be in long terms fine. And exactly that judgment turned out to be completely wrong. Yeah, that now that White got that grip on the queen side, it's about long term pressure. And Black is just unable to handle. The clock is ticking. Look at Vidit. He feels it. He knows exactly that this is very, very critical situation.
Yeah, I think we'll wait to see whether Vidit, what move he comes up with, what he tries here. But in a moment, the next game I think we'll go to is another young Indian player who's on the brink of elimination, Pragg. That game has totally blown up and changed, but not in a promising way for him. It looks like it's heading towards a draw, potentially. So, okay, yeah, here we go. Actually, we see on the camera, queens are off the board. This was the other Alapin that we were talking about. And queens are off the board. Everything's been traded off, eliminated. Black has an extra pawn, but don't think it's worth that much right now. Black's extra pawn is a doubled one on the e-file. Peter, any chances here for Black?
Well, sometimes in bishop endgames, these double pawns can create some nice outpost. Yeah, so if you ask me, as long as there is some tension, yeah, the move rook a8 had been played, so White will follow it up with rook d7. If somehow I could get king f7, bishop e5, bishop d6, I believe that Black would suddenly have big chances. The big problem is that, of course, White will not sit and wait for all this to happen. Eventually, a timely bishop c5 hitting that pawn on e7 will force Black to protect that pawn. And White should be, but still there is some unbalance. I mean, it's not a complete dead draw yet.
Yeah, I'm intrigued actually. Can we see how we got here? Because last we saw it was packed full of tension. All the pieces were still pretty much on the board. And they definitely got that vacuum cleaner out. They hoovered off all the pieces. Okay. Knights disappeared. Bishops disappeared.
Bishops disappear. Yeah, exactly, yes. Takes. Queen takes b2. e6, making sure that you destroy Black's pawn structure before you trade some more pieces. Bishop e3, queen takes e6, and now we understand. Takes. Bishop a7, rook a8, rook d7 on the board. King f7 is played by Pragg just at this very moment.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not over yet.
Not over yet. Expecting here that Arjun has to show some good technique in order to maybe try and trade off the A and C pawns and get down to a drawish position. So still some chances for Pragg. Maybe I was too harsh earlier. This game not over yet. Meanwhile, maybe we go back to the Vidit game. He has made a move. And there we see big trouble. Okay, b6 on the board. This wasn't one of the top computer moves. It does feel risky, inviting ideas like c5. It's rare to
On the other hand, Yeah, on the
Peter.
other hand, it's a move. It's a move that asks White also some questions. Yeah, there was this danger that White will just play c5 and break slowly through. On the queen side now, b6 and queen d6 combined might give some stability for Black. Yes, of course, clearly White would push c5, bc, knight c5. This is what I'm also expecting more or less in this very moment. But there is something to calculate, and Vidit is trying to get Abasov out of this blitzing mode that just with the most natural move, you are advancing and improving your position.
Yeah. Okay, b6 from Vidit, 8 minutes left on the clock. And yeah, I mean, c5 is the first move that comes to my mind. It looks so strong. But yeah, I should just mention as well, the board that we see on the side there, the evaluation bar is not correct. It is very good for White still, this position. Yeah.
But hang on, after c5, there is this trick maybe that how bad is b takes a5? Because suddenly queen takes a5 is probably not possible because the knight is hanging. And if knight takes a5, then suddenly, all of a sudden, Black gets counterplay with knight d4. And that's exactly what Black is dreaming of.
Ooh, Vidit. Yeah, he's tricked me there with the this tactic, luring away the white queen. Okay, this is the threat then, potentially, with this last move with b6, b takes a5. Just kind of distracting the white queen. So c5 is impossible. Does that mean we have to either capture on b6 first and then play c5, or do we have time to play a move like a6? But then queen d6 is coming back, Peter.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if a6, queen d6, we set up a blockade. Clearly, we know that the position is very dangerous. That's at least a step forward that improves Black's chances of surviving. Yeah, the computer confirms that actually a takes b6, a takes b6, c5 is the way to go, which eliminates the option of b takes a5, which was so annoying. And apparently this position after b takes c5, which is kind of probably forced, White even has the possibility to play queen takes c5 check. And where do we go with the king? Because also White's b pawn is keep moving forward.
Yeah, looks like checkmate incoming. I can try and hide on b8 potentially. Oof.
But that also runs into some queen b6
Queen
check.
b6,
Yeah, also very annoying. Yeah, something like maybe king d8 and b6, queen d6. That could be a small hope. But then you go queen a5. I'm just announcing some computer moves. And we know exactly that against computer, there is no defense here. The pawn is queening no matter what we do. So very big moment. Yeah, all the fans, all Vidit fans, including Vidit himself, is now praying that a takes b6 won't be played. c5, b takes a5 is the only chance Black has to stay in the game.
Yeah, I like it from Vidit. Resourceful stuff, setting up a trap, setting up a trick here. But Abasov has been so convincing. Feels like he's spotted everything. He's calculated everything. I wouldn't be surprised if he does go for that most accurate way, trading first and then c5. Are there any other options there, Peter? Does the engine highlight that White has other paths towards a decisive advantage, or is that just, I mean, it looks clean to me, that variation we showed. Is there anything else?
Yeah, well, all the other moves are mysterious. Yeah, like knight d2 is the second move. I mean, okay, you just fall from the chair and you are definitely relieved from the Black side if knight d2 is the biggest threat here. Queen a3 is kind of a clever move. That's the third option of computer. You're trying to make good use of the a file. But a takes b6, a b6 on the board, and then White follows it up with c5. Abasov plays the best moves and with it in a lot of trouble.
He's such a beast, Abasov. I mean, we talk about good form and being in the flow. He's in the flow. Nothing, it feels like, can stop him now. No way to defend this. You mentioned taking on c5, almost forced here, Peter. If Black doesn't touch that pawn, then White will either just capture on b6 or even advance to c6, right?
Yeah, I mean, how to defend, like queen d8 is another move, but it's also such a sad move. Yeah, then White can follow it up in different ways. One of them is just queen a4, threatening to invade.
Queen e4 looks attractive there as well.
Yes, lots of very promising options.
Wow, we could be in the dying throes of this game if Vidit. I mean, how is he going to survive? 7 minutes on the clock, still 8-9 moves to make before the time control. In a almost hopeless position.
Yeah, and imagine, yeah, that Shakhriyar Mamedov was kicked out in the second round. Temur Rajabov was kicked out in the third round, I believe, against Santos Latasa.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a state of shock for all the Azeri chess fans at home. And then all of a sudden, Abbasov kicks out all these incredible players and keeps on marching. I can understand that he gets this incredible thrill, all this adrenaline, that suddenly he's the hero of the country.
Yeah. I mean, there was so much support for Rajabov when he won the World Cup back in 2019. And yeah, it feels like, again, a local hero just being inspired here, Abbasov. C5. Where does FIDE even start trying to save this position? Either way, White's queen is coming in, entering.
Yeah, this is the problem, that it's not only the clock. Vidit is such an incredibly strong player that if it would on lock situation, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem is the position. B takes e5 finally played. And okay, White has many different moves, but queen takes e5 check is somehow very tempting.
Yep. When in doubt, give a check. That's the motto. And that variation you showed, queen takes c5, just kind of automatically play b6 next move nearly no matter what. Just looks like game over. Knight takes c5 feels counterintuitive just because you lose some squares, allow knight d4 ideas, but maybe that's strong too.
Yes, I mean, basically, this is the only hope of Vidit, that White has so many tempting options that White eventually maybe will not follow it up with the strongest move. The move knight takes c5, but queen takes c5 played, yes, of course. You capture with a check, and you ask this very nasty question, like, where do you go with this king? You want to block the pawn, but that simply also runs into queen b6 check, taking everything, according to computer, completely winning. Let's see what will be Vidit's choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's strange because castling queenside, it did look okay. It looked super risky, as you mentioned, but it looked like you had pawn protection, you had pieces around your king. Where did they all go? Suddenly there's no defenders around that black king, and everything's just so smooth for Abbasov. I mean, this is a kind of textbook game.
Yeah, and let's just very quickly highlight move 18. Move 18, the bishop from d3 was removed all the way to f1, and ever since this bishop is sitting here, this was move 18, and right now we are move 33. The bishop hasn't moved, but it does such an incredible job. Yeah, king b8 played.
Mm-hmm. And now, as you mentioned, we can start picking up things with check if we are white, starting with queen to b6.
Yeah, queen b6 check. I believe that, okay, the only move is king a8, humanly speaking, yeah, because king c8 runs into queen takes d6 check. We can't give that pawn, but apparently king a8, knight c5 is some kind of a mate in 14. Okay, mate in 14 is a bit mysterious, but the problem is that queen b7 checkmate and knight takes e6 is threatened. So basically it means that after queen b6 check, black has to run back towards c8, but this is completely hopeless.
Yeah. Maybe just one or two more moves here, Peter. King c8, queen takes e6, if we just show that. Say I block with bishop to d7 there.
Well, you lost the pawn, and I didn't give up any of my advantages. Besides, I'm even not sure that I want to take that e6 pawn, yeah, because queen b6 check, king c8, also knight c5 is very tempting. I don't know, it's just looking terrible for black.
Yeah, this could be our first result of the day. All of the other games look very tense, mostly balanced.
Yeah, it's only about the nerves. Yeah, this is because Abbasov knows that he's winning. This is such an incredible moment for him as well. Yeah, that there is a chance he can get into the candidates. I mean, if he really wins this, gets to the semifinals, then he has all the chances to qualify. What a moment of his life.
Yeah, big moment. And we see on the camera there, he's calculating, he's looking down, trying to work something out, Abbasov. Yeah, just the nerves don't seem to get to him. Ice cold. And impressive stuff. What do you think, Peter? Should we stick here? Should we just wait for Abbasov to show us this winning technique?
Yes, I think we should. Yeah, if there is no decisive action in the other boards, then this is such a dramatic moment. Also, I think all the Vidit fans wants to see this. They are still hoping for some miracle, but it's just so hopeless. And the problem is the reason why Abasov can handle the situation so nicely that there is no danger against him. Yeah, he's in a complete control. Only Black is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and it's always easier to play chess when there's no risk of a turnaround, when your king's super safe. That's why the bishop on f1, the bodyguard there, has done such a good job. Okay, check, as expected. Most natural move, and Vidit, is he going to go into the corner where he'll likely get checkmated? Or king to c8, where you drop a pawn with check, potentially.
Yes, but he can't go to the corner. I mean, my first instinct was that yes, we shouldn't be giving up the e6 pawn with a check, but king 8, knight c5 looks like it's game over instantly. And Vidit is pausing. It's such a tough decision that you go back with the king to c8, allowing queen takes e6 with a check, but that's the best move on the board.
On the board. Yeah, I think I would be greedy here as white. I would just see a pawn and take a pawn, but yeah, plenty of ways to win this one now.
Yeah, and who could blame you, right? I mean, for taking that pawn with a check.
I might blame myself if I have to grind out some endgame instead of winning by checkmate. Abasov here, he's got plenty of time as well. That's a nice big bonus. 42 minutes on the clock to choose how to finish this game off.
Yeah, also knight c5 is extremely tempting. Yeah, just not giving Black the chance, because one could argue that after queen takes e6 check, at least Black gets time to maybe coordinate the forces and set up some defense, but also I'm not seeing it. Maybe because I'm looking at the computer lines and all of them look completely hopeless. But bishop d7 is simply answered by queen c4 check. The king has to move and then b6 follows, and there is just no defense against queen c7. Kind of, or it keeps on advancing further. I mean, for example, the line king b8, b6, queen d6, queen a6 is game over immediately.
Killer blow there, and Abasov is working out the details. Maybe we just, while he figures out how to convert this advantage, maybe we can check out the bird's eye view, Peter, because there are developments and we will delve into the other games shortly. But just a quick update, just a quick run around of the games. Magnus, we should mention, is still a roughly balanced position, but his clock situation, it's move 24, I believe, for Magnus, and he's only got 9 minutes left on the clock. So some nerves ahead there for sure. Gukesh doing a good job of keeping the tension. Of course, Abasov winning now against Vidit, as we showed. Caruana against Dominguez. Thoughts, Peter? Looks roughly balanced to me.
Yes, I mean, okay, Fabi is massaging the position, but Lenny is extremely solid. I perfectly agree that Gukesh got practical chances. This is not an easy game, and look at also, basically, I'm seeing Magnus and the camera not feeling happy. Maybe that's a game that we could get back quickly to get an update.
Yeah, and just to mention as well, Erigaisi against Pragg. I was too harsh earlier. I thought this one was headed towards a draw, but Pragg has made serious progress, somehow advanced his king into the center as Black and still a pawn up. So that game far from over. Great fighting chances there for Black in a must-win situation. And meanwhile, the women's boards, it looks like both roughly balanced, both within drawing margins, even if Tan Zhongyi needs to win and maybe has a small symbolic advantage. Yeah, where to go, Peter? Dilemma. So much action to follow.
Wow, I mean, okay, very quick update on the Magnus's game, because in fact, it turned out that we catch that critical moment after queen d8, bishop b5 was just a completely terrible move, awful move from Magnus's side, and we have seen his body language. He was shocked. How could I have rushed with this move? Everything up till that point was perfect. He could have just moved that bishop back to a2 and bishop d3, enjoyed the position, has clear advantage, and all of a sudden things escalated. And the current position, now after b6, this is the dream come true for Black. Eventually, Magnus jumping back with the knight to e4, it had to be played. Eventually, Black's terrible bishop, we were talking about this bishop, it moved to d7, it had to move back. Finally, it will sit beautiful on the b7 square. White has still an isolated pawn. Black has the better chances. Magnus is down on the clock. I mean, I wouldn't be ruling out a Gukesh comeback.
Yeah, dream scenario. I completely agree. For Gukesh, it feels like a free roll, this type of position, just advantage on the board, on the clock, and everything he could have hoped for. A big decision right now. Do you just keep the tension? Do you allow white to kind of slightly compromise the black structure by capturing on f6, or do you trade off on e4, allowing a bunch of piece exchanges? Big moment for Gukesh.
Big moment, yeah, and he knows that suddenly, out of nowhere, he got a chance. Yeah, there was really the danger that he doesn't get the slightest chance at all to put up any resistance in order to fight for something in this game. And now he knows that, yeah, he has a choice. For example, bishop b7, knight takes f6, and then g takes f6. Also kind of interesting. Even there is a case to be made for trade the bishops as well. Bishop f6, g f6. We are not really concerned of this construction for black because there are no pieces attacking black's king. In fact, white's knight on f6 is completely stuck. Yes, white will play queen e3. White will try to be solid, but black can start squeezing this position. And there is the other argument that, yes, knight takes e4, bishop takes e7, and then you move the rook. But that somehow feels like white has chances to trade pieces. And knowing the match situation, I believe that keeping the tension with bishop b7 is the more natural choice.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. And it's more in keeping with lots of players here today. Gukesh's style. Gukesh often chooses the most kind of ambitious choice here. Bishop e7 looks good. And Magnus, his queen side is weak. His isolated pawn in the center is just going to most likely drop off long term. Really, really unpleasant here. 10 minutes left as well. I think this is the most trouble I've ever seen Magnus in a situation where he just needs to draw with white. Bishop b5, it's all that one move, Peter.
Exactly, one move and what a move. And we have seen the body language there, yeah, that he was completely getting crazy about his mistake. And ever since, he did not find the balance and he's in trouble.
Yeah, big trouble. Bishop b7 about to land on the board. You can tell Gukesh is excited as well. Just the body language there. Oof. Yeah, these types of positions, they arise so often from Nimzo Indians and other openings, and often there as well. I mean, this is just an improved kind of accelerated version for black. Just beautiful queen on d5. Let
me highlight this queen and then we can move on, yes, because Magnus in a lot of, not a lot of trouble, but psychologically in a lot of pain. It looked like it's going to be a very easy game, and it turned out to be a nightmare at this moment. This gives us a chance to catch up with Pragg's chances. And you remember I highlighted that eventually if that bishop lands on d6, I might be worried for white. This is a completely cemento structure. White can't really do much. The bishop on a7 is trapped, and I'm believing that some g5, h5, eventually breaking up something on the queen side, and then relying on these central pawns combined with the rook and bishop force can be very unpleasant.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to you saying cemento for the last 2 days, Peter. It's definitely one of those types of positions, that black bishop playing a key role. And white is just completely stuck. Are you surprised that Erigaisi looks so calm in this position? Because it feels like almost Zugzwang.
Well, I think he also has to signal this to Pragg, that even if he believes or feels that he's under pressure, that no, everything is under control. After all, he has this a passer, which can eventually be pushed all the way to a6. Yes, the pawn is not going any further because the bishop can't move, but it also forces black's rook to stay passive on a8. And maybe he believes that there is no good way for black to make progress. That's why I feel that opening up some new front on the king side with g5, h5, g4, and eventually getting a chance to dream of something like a rook getting behind that a pawn and stopping that like this. I don't know if it's realistic, but those are the dangers I'm seeing in the position.
Yeah, white is completely frozen with that weird construction with bishop, rook, and a pawn. Yeah, and g5, h5 is really instructive, Peter, just opening the second front, opening some lines for that passive black rook, activating it. But it might be a key moment, because what else do you do with black? You can give a c4 check, but not sure that's productive. You kind of allow the white bishop out potentially, but other than that, you need a plan. So kind of process of elimination, maybe g5, h5 is the only way.
And knowing also that black has nothing to lose, yeah, black's only chance is to win this game in order to fight back. Besides, after g5, h5, g4, if white is taking that pawn, takes, and f take g4, then suddenly we get access to e5, e4 check. And I'm not exactly sure where is black's king going, because then finally king c3 can be answered by some bishop e5 check. We activate, we transform into some other structure. I believe that Pragg will try this, and he has to do that.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter the order you start pushing pawns, g5 or h5? Will you get blocked?
Good point. I mean, but g5, g4 also weakens the f3 pawn, yeah? So it's a very questionable decision for white as well. I don't know if h5, I'm worried of h4. Yeah, h5 I did not like. That's why I wanted to push the g pawn.
Yeah, there will be lines opened eventually for that black rook, for Pragg's rook here, and looks like good winning chances, or at least, yeah, a dream for black. This line against the c3 Sicilian, it's going to put the opening out of business. Okay, so where to go, Peter?
Well, I guess let's go back to the Magnus game just quickly, or is in the Vidit's game already so much progress? Maybe we have to jump back to see what happened here. White actually did collect that pawn on e6. White played queen takes e6 check, bishop d7, queen c4 check, king d8, and I mean b6, knight c5, those are the moves we are expecting on the board.
Yep. Which order? I mean, they both look so strong right now. Maybe just b6 immediately. If you can run it through, why not?
Yes, so I believe queen d6 is kind of the only move, but it doesn't really help.
You highlighted this queen a6 type of idea earlier, right?
Yeah, against king b8. Okay, that was resignation on the spot. Queen a6 is still strong. You can also maybe just push the b pawn. Yeah, push b7. I mean, b7, queen a6, everything seems to... I mean, how do we stop this pawn? It's just impossible.
Mm-hmm. 2 or 3 more moves, it looks like this will just be game over. As soon as that b pawn lands, it's going to completely tie down that black queen. Wow. And still so much time on the clock for Abasov. No chances of nerves there.
Yeah, it's so difficult to imagine any scenario that Vidit is coming back from this. It's just a clear pass pawn. Sometimes a pass pawn isn't automatically guarantees a win, but the construction, yeah, and that black is not able to coordinate. If black would have a knight on b6 and queen on d6, somehow stabilizing things, one could argue that that's, yes, should be a winning position for white, but still requires some technique. At this moment, it looks like just with simple measures, white will be able to convert this advantage.
Yep, it looks that way. And it's 6 minutes, move 36. He's making the time control. He'll get to move 40, but I don't think he'll get far beyond that. And yeah, it looks like meanwhile, Magnus has traded off on f6 as predicted in that game. Also in severe time pressure. Maybe we can check out this one just while we wait for Abasov's decision in that game.
Yes, actually, Magnus, it was interesting that after bishop b7, he captured with the bishop on f6. Very, very interesting. So did he believe that this forces the bishop trade? What is the difference? So for example, after g takes f6, just very quickly, rook c7. If black plays rook, okay, beautiful.
Nice.
Yes, exactly. Rook d7 runs into knight c3, queen d6, knight b5, and basically black is in the box. White gets this beautiful construction. That was the reason why after bishop takes f6, black was forced to capture with the bishop. And what happened after that? Yeah, Knights Magnus taking his time with 8 minutes, a little bit less than 8 minutes on his clock.
Yeah, I got excited there. That windmill kind of going round and round with the white knight, forcing the draw for white. Yeah, impressive stuff, but seen by both players. And Gukesh now has taken with the bishop. I would be reluctant to play against the bishop pair for no compensation at all, so I think I would take that bishop off the board on f6. Magnus at least mulling that one over. Not much time for him. Still 13 moves to make before the time control. Do you think the nerves have got to him here, Peter?
Definitely. I mean, okay, ever since he played this bishop b5 move, yeah, he knew exactly that he's in the driver's seat and there's no danger. And after bishop b5, he put himself in a very awkward position. I think then his nerves kind of let him down a bit. And then he got into panic mode and tries to defend this position. And after knight takes f6, g takes f6, I feel like it's very nice that white has this stabilizing move, queen e3, protecting the pawn on b3, at the same time also eyeing black's king, eventually somewhere going for counterplay with queen f4 against the f6 pawn. It's why is Magnus really burning so much time on the clock with when he is solo? Yeah, he will play it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That trade does happen. I saw in the featured chat a moment ago that Magnus should just swap off all the pieces, exchange off all the pieces. That requires 2 to tango, however, and Gukesh will keep some on the board. And it does look like maybe at some point Magnus will be able to bail out into an endgame, but it will come at the cost of a d pawn, for example. And defending those positions is going to be tough. So, okay, queen f4 hinted at by Magnus's last move. So queen f5, yeah, I was going to say for black. What do you think of that one, Peter?
Yes, but okay, we have to calculate. Yeah, after queen f5, white has the option of going rook c7, hitting the bishop. And a big question, yeah, bishop takes f3 is a very thematic move. You destroy the pawn structure, but knowing that black is in a must-win game, it's a big question if he goes for technical possession or is he trying to, let's just, okay, we have time, queen f5, rook c7, or does he consider that eventually some bishop d5 and trying to, but not so easy with the rook hitting the pawn on f7, black can never really dream of any counterplay on the g file because white will be way too solid and will hit the f7 pawn. But the question that I'm having, like bishop takes f3, g takes f3, is this really a realistic winning chance, or the rook on c7 makes sure that white will have enough activity?
Good question. It's very dynamic now. I would be inclined to look at king h8, rook g8, trying to go for checkmate as black. Don't know if there's time. Just relying on the trick. The rook takes f7. There's queen g6 check.
Yeah, that's a beautiful little Cipollito. Yeah, that's definitely a Cipollito. Yes. Well, king h1 would be like the thematic move. Yeah, if black goes king h8, you want to go king h1. Just computer is a computer, and computer suggests that no, if black goes that way, you go this way. Yeah, with king f1, with 0-0 possession. Yeah, it's we have been talking about this, that Gukesh got a chance. Definitely, he got a chance. He has the slightly better chances. On the other hand, white's position is very solid, and the reason why we are so negative about Magnus's position is that he was in total control before. So any kind of unbalance and some chances for black is already breaking news for us.
Yeah, breaking news indeed. 5.5 minutes now for Magnus, but Gukesh doing the right thing, sitting tight and trying to work out how to maintain the tension. You mentioned 0-0, but that was just in the line we showed with the bishop takes f3. And is there a way for black to lock things down? I mean, is there enough time for just rook d7 or rook c8, just preventing this invasion from the white rook?
Well, rook d7 will be met by queen f4. Yeah, that's the problem. That was the reason also why we wanted to play queen f5. Now the white queen activates itself, and after a move like king g7, white might be able just to keep on harassing this. And we see action. What did Gukesh play?
Similar idea. Rook c8, also stopping the white rook from landing on the 7th rank. But now, same question, Peter. Can white go for it? Can white go for that f6 pawn, go active before it's too late?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what Gukesh has in mind. Probably he felt like, all right, this c file is too annoying. I might even have chances if I play quietly. Is he eventually somewhere, for example, like queen f4, king g7, thinking about after queen g4 to run with the king to 1 square, that he steps out of any repetition of moves and make sure that he gets his king to e7, just to highlight, yeah, king f8, queen f4, and potentially a move like king e7.
Hiding in plain sight. Yeah, it looks like this is, I mean, it's quite a common idea actually in a lot of openings, so it looks like this is Gukesh's plan, just to avoid a repetition. Meanwhile, Peter, we will come back to this one, Magnus under pressure, but it does look like we might be in the final move or two of this game between Abasov and Vidit. So let's quickly head back there. And just looks like pushing this pawn now is going to end the game. White's B pawn stepping forward. You can see on Vidit's body language, he is pretty much given up now. He's about to be kicked out of the World Cup. After such a good tournament, Vidit on fire, but he's just met an equally on-form player, Abasov.
And b7 on the board. Yeah, it's heartbreak for all Vidit fans, and I'm one of them. I just love, this incredible passion for his for he loves it. He's perfectionizing his play. He'll be knocked out by Abasov, who is playing tournament of his life and is cheered by the crowd in Baku.
Yeah, and the final move or two here, we're expecting Black has blocked the 8th rank with his bishop. So queening, promoting the pawn, not possible right now. But it looks like, am I miscalculating something here, Peter? Bishop to b5 should end resistance.
Yeah, basically bishop b5 wins on the spot. Bishop takes b5 is met by b8 queen. Otherwise, queen d1 check can be simply met by king h2, so it does not really matter so much. But white has also so many options, like just bringing that knight to c5, heading towards knight a6. I mean, every move wins in this position. Abasov is spoiled with a choice.
Yeah, and Vidit was looking away there. Yeah, he'll have to come to terms with this. Just a tough game. Inspired opponents. Sometimes that's the problem with chess. If your opponent has a good day, even if you're not making too many mistakes, sometimes results go against you. And yeah, bishop to b5, I think, is what Abasov's looking at. It's a very thematic, forcibly removing that black bishop from the 8th rank. But yeah, as you say, you can win slow and steady as well. Bring the white knight. That will force resignation any moment now. It's ready to get out of there. Abasov about to move. Okay, we are expecting bishop to b5. He's very direct.
Yes.
He needs to be. And there we go, on the board. Will we see a handshake now, do you think, Peter? Or a few spite checks first?
Well, maybe a queen d1 check, but it does not change. Yeah, it's just so difficult to admit defeat and to resign, knowing that you are just one step away from your big dream of qualifying for the candidates. I mean, keeping the chances alive to qualify for the candidates. It's a very sad moment for Vidit, but a fantastic moment for Abasov, who has played this game basically nearly perfectly.
Yeah, and finishing it off there with a double exclamation mark move. A brilliant move. It is a temporary sacrifice, giving up white's bishop in order to promote the pawn on b8. And okay, a couple of checks first here, likely from Vidit. He checks the white king, which will hide. There will be another check, most likely, but white can block with a pawn on g3. And that's the end of black's fun.
And g3. Yes. On the board. And now we are expecting a handshake.
Yeah, nothing else to do. And we will get our first semi-finalist in the FIDE World Cup in the open section. It will be Nijat Abasov.
Yeah, what a performance. Unbelievable performance.
Yeah. And Vidit, yeah, credit to him. I think this is his second quarterfinal in a row in back-to-back World Cups. But he came up. Yeah, so close, so close.
Yeah, I think also it's very tricky. Yeah, when you play against Abasov, you feel like probably this is I'm a favorite. Yeah, this is a golden opportunity. And no, he did make one more move, Bishop f7. But okay, b8 queen will be played. Abasov grabs that queen.
We see checkmate on the board, Peter. Next move, bishop takes queen. Likely to be met by queen to e8, checkmate.
Yes, it's not even about losing the bishop, which would be bad enough, but it's just checkmate.
Okay, will he allow it on the board? Did it right now, just to show the fans.
I don't think that he cares about defense. It's just the heartbreak, yeah, that, okay, you don't want to depart, but he takes. Yeah, we will get the chance to see the mate.
On the board, the handshake, and Apasov is in the semi-finals. Did it. Heartbreak for him, eliminated.
Yeah, complete terrible heartbreak. At the same time, euphoria for Abasov. An incredible victory. Really fantastic performance.
Yeah, the London system rises again. And okay, lots more action ahead, of course. Still 3 games going in the open section, 2 games in the women's. Congratulations to Abasov. He's going to be swarmed outside. I was out there in Baku. There's dozens, actually dozens is an understatement. There's hundreds of fans out there in the hotel lobby just waiting for the players, for photos, for signatures. So he's going to be a while now. He's going to be a busy man. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen in trouble against Gukesh, potentially, Peter. We were here just a few moments ago.
Yes, and Magnus somehow did not go for this queen f4 line. He allowed black to play queen f5. He played the move h3, queen f5, knight h2. He's trying to maneuver his knight. I mean, it's perfectly understandable. We mentioned that knight on f3 was horribly placed. Magnus is trying to transfer it to e3, where the knight would be so much stronger. Of course, first to g4, because it also has the forking possibility on h6. How does black deal with this pressure? I mean, if we forget about computer claiming that this h3 knight h2 wasn't so accurate, isn't it a good practical try?
Yeah, looks very natural. Very attack dead from Gukesh, just fearing some knight jumps. Trying to get the queens off the board. He's hoping that his bishop will be superior to Magnus's knight in any endgame.
Yeah, it's a very nice decision, especially in time trouble. You want to make sure that the queen-knight combo will not target your king. It kind of also forces Magnus on the defensive. He cannot rely on... But knight g4, exactly. Knight g4 is working, because after queen takes e3, we might be able to capture back with the knight on e3. And I'm not sure that you can capture the d4 pawn. I will get access to the c7 square for my other rook. And Gukesh goes king g7.
Yeah, just really classy play from both sides, keeping the tension, not going for the queen trade on the opponent's terms, just waiting and waiting and waiting, hoping for it to happen at their own benefits. And king g7, that's a really awkward move to face in time trouble. Magnus with 3 minutes left. Because do you take Peter? Do you trade the queens off? What else can you do here? Not easy to find a waiting move.
Yes, but then, yeah, queen takes g5, fg5. I also feel like king g8 to g7 was such a Magnus's move. Yeah, it's like Magnus is facing himself with the move king g7. Taking on g5, not a nice transformation for white. Yes, you do get access to the e5 square, but and yeah, you can feel the tension. Gukesh is moving around his chair. He senses that there is a chance here, and Magnus down to less than.
Yeah, it feels like the apprentice has become the master here. Gukesh yesterday got ground down in a long, difficult endgame. It feels like he's doing the grinding here. I don't see a useful move for Magnus. This awkward tension on the c-file eventually will be broken. You either have to lose the d4 pawn or give up the c-file, the open file there. I don't like it. What to do?
Very, very unpleasant. Yeah, exactly. It's a situation where we can't really give a good suggestion, because we know exactly how black wants to implement, and there are all these weaknesses in white's camp, which in an endgame, and Magnus has gone for
it's like
a5.
a5. Yeah. So looks mysterious to some of our viewers out there. It looks like he's playing on the wrong side of the board. Looks like he's just giving up a pawn for free. But there's, of course, two ways to capture that a-pawn. You cannot take with the black queen, because white gets queen h6 check. And if you take that a5 pawn with your own pawn, then at least Magnus has some targets on the queen side. If he can get rid of all those kind of a and b pawns over there, at least even if he goes down a pawn on the king side, good drawing chances. I like it, Peter. He's creative, Magnus. I would not have even been looking at that side of the board, but those pawns were weak nonetheless, so why not trade some off, or at least give one away to create some targets?
Well, it was the top choice of the engine. Yeah, it's. I did not want to mention the move because, okay, I don't like to shout out computer moves, but I kept an eye, and I was truly impressed when Magnus moved towards the a-pawn, and he pushes. He feels that he has to eliminate as many pawns as possible on the queen side. And also, it's not obvious what is black's move. Yeah, it's kind of the most tempting option is h5 probably, which forces to release the tension. Then white eventually will be forced to capture. But then maybe this extra tempo of a5, yeah, because it all comes down to some tempo play after knight e5. Is black able to capture on d4 or not? Because white will be active after rook trade with rook c1, rook c7. Very intense moment.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that they're finding all the top engine moves. Magnus with a5, even with 3 minutes left on the clock, showing his endgame mastery. Because yeah, I think there's queens are on the board, but they will come off on the next 2 or 3 moves. So it is pretty much going to be an endgame. It's just trying to prepare. So you mentioned h5. Maybe we just show a couple of moves because this is likely to happen, right? Maybe we also show what happens if b takes a5. But yeah, it's...
I mean, this is the line we are expecting, and the first was what happens if black picks up the pawn on d4. We somehow sense that rook takes c8, bishop takes c8, rook c1 is kind of the idea. And then, I mean, white is starting to go rook c7, so maybe the clever move rook d5, it's a move suggested by the computer. I'm not sure that it's easy to foresee this move from a distance.
Yeah, and it's important after rook d5, if white tries to give away the knight, for example, knight takes f7, I think you're trapped. I guess?
Well, also you can just take and collect them with the rook to a5, and you have wonderful winning chances. But one of the points is that after rook d5, you can include the move a takes b6. Now we again see the point behind a5 that takes. And for example, here the computer believes that, okay, but the computer has line with knight c4, rook c5, and then going for rook a1 counterplay. It's not natural. It's not easy.
Yeah, especially that knight c4 move. Tricky when there's more direct alternatives. But this is very forcing, and this is the type of thing that's at least something similar to this going through Gukesh's mind right now as he calculates. If black takes this pawn, just to maybe just to show, then taking on a5, I guess will backfire at some point. White will trade stuff off and go for this a-pawn at some point.
Yes, for example, takes. Now if rook takes c8, just to highlight what we are talking about, yeah, rook a1, followed by rook takes a5. Yes, black still keeps some chances, but it's a step forward for white. Gukesh, feeling that this is a critical moment, he's taking his time. Absolutely correctly. You shouldn't be, when you have a chance, you feel that you have a chance, you shouldn't be rushing, especially with the 30 seconds increment, because it's so much more important to keep things under control and push your opponent to their limit than blitzing out some move which can give away the advantage. The opponent can even afford to go down to a couple of seconds and find the good move, jumps back to 30 seconds, makes another natural move back to 1 minute, and those are the psychological killing moments from the side who has just spoiled something. No, you have to keep your nerves and make sure that you play the best moves.
Yeah, and really mature, as we're used to at this point from Gukesh, just kind of pausing and trying to be super accurate instead of trying to play against Magnus's clock. And yeah, we're expecting at some point the queens to come off. I still think that line with h5, maybe that variation you showed with these just rook and knight versus rook and bishop, that type of position is likely. But okay, Magnus looking away, maybe a bit more confident that he might hold one of these difficult endgames. And from Magnus as well. I should just mention, I learned this when I did my chessable course with Magnus on endgames, on grinding out these advantages. And he was talking to me about 4 versus 3 on the king side, which pieces you want, where you want your pawns. And if it comes down to all of the queenside pawns being eliminated, Magnus will know how to draw if it's just 4 versus 3. He'll know which pieces to keep on the board, which ones to take off. So difficult here for Gukesh. He needs to keep winning chances somehow.
Yeah, the point is that h5 is so natural. However, everything comes down to that final computer move with facing rook c1, not moving that bishop, the hanging bishop from c8, but rook d5, which we have just analyzed. Not an easy situation, and Gukesh knows exactly that this is the chance. He calculates that line. He does not spot rook d5. It's a draw automatically. So there is a possibility that he will just try something else if he does not spot rook d5. If he spots rook d5, then I believe he will be very happy to go h5.
Yeah, and rook d5, that detail you mentioned, Peter, it's, what is it, like 5-6 moves down the variation already just from here? And even beyond that, you have to calculate. So this would be 2 moves for black, and third move for black now, rook takes d4, a 4th move for black, bishop takes c8, and now it's basically move 5 of the variation. He has to spot rook d5. And even then it goes on, right? So even if he spots it, he has to evaluate.
Yeah, but if he spots it, then at least he knows that, okay, this is his best chance, because white might be able to hold it. And then again, we see why this a5 was so important to the computer. That line with knight c4 was kind of maybe holdable for white, but it's very mysterious. I don't want to get into all the details before we reach there.
Yeah, so big moment in this clash. What do you think, Peter, just while we wait for Gukesh to decide upon h5 or some type of endgame, should we do a quick recap of the other boards?
Yeah, let's quickly jump to Pragg's game. We know exactly that he's in a must-win situation, and Arjun has moved away against g5, h5 with his king to c3. Pragg jumps on the chance of going e4, and according to the computer, this is now a huge moment. Computer is claiming that white is in a lot of trouble.
Wow, comeback king Pragg potentially. And Erigaisi, maybe again, it's that mindset of trying to force the draw. That whole sequence, I thought he was close, giving up the pawn and getting the queens off the board, but somehow he never quite forced it, and then he's just a pawn down and tied up on the queen side.
Yes, and unbelievable. There is a line, according to computer, that f takes e4, king takes e4, king c4. Black can just be completely fearless and play the move h4. There is nothing to be afraid with white king getting to that a pawn, because the bishop on a7 blocks the advance of the a pawn, and black just goes king f4, king g3, and targets the g2 pawn, f takes e4 on the board. I mean, if Pragg really goes along those lines with king e4 and h4, targeting the g2 pawn, that's incredible.
Yeah, I see the evaluation bars just totally swung in black's favor. It was promising before, but does this mean it's winning, Peter? Just a simple plan. Like you said, going for the pawns with the black king, just ignoring the queen side. The black rook holds the fort there.
Yeah, unbelievable. And also this bishop on d6, yeah, that just if we make a couple of moves like king c4, king f4, king b5, h4, that's kind of the winning setup. White cannot really make any progress if bishop b6, trying to advance the pawn to a7. Even that doesn't really do much, but according to the computer, it can even be answered by c5, c4, and suddenly the c pawn is advancing. Yeah, we see the update. F takes e4, king c4 on the board. All eyes on Pragg. It's move 40. He still has 7 minutes, and probably he already has a vision. If he has opted for e4, I believe that he has a plan.
Yep. And the good news for him is that 3 or 4 different moves probably lead to the same destination. King f4, h4, they all look very similar. Yeah, I don't know about others there, but maybe king e3. But yeah, king f4 and h4 look very, very tempting. Wow, comeback. Arjun. Struggling here in this game. I've got to say, Peter, it's not a good advert for the Alapin, the c3 Sicilian. Magnus in trouble with white. Arjun in trouble with white. My favorite opening. It's taking a beating today.
Well, I have to tell you that stick with your knight f3 c4 strategy. I think that what suits you best.
Yeah.
I mean, if I think about you, and I think like a real, strategic virtuoso, it's not about the Alapin, it's about much more this knight f3 c4 g3 structures.
Yeah, that was in my childhood. I think this is Alapin. Getting too old for that stuff. All about the Catalan these days. But yeah, this one, Arjun. Okay, he's still acting confident, but move 40, that will give Pragg a lot of time to think. Should we check out the other game, Peter, that we've neglected a bit?
Yeah, very quickly. I think that white is still posing quite a significant. In fact, the situation is getting more and more dangerous for black. This queen and bishop combo in the center and setting up h5 ideas clearly land on some knight h4 brilliancy. Is that possible, or is that a perpetual check?
Problem is, Peter, maybe the white king can run.
Yes, but just to highlight, yeah, that g takes h4, queen g4 check, king h2, queen takes h4, king g1, queen g4 check, queen g2. I mean, that was the reason why I was pausing. I do not believe that this is a perpetual, and we do see that here finally white is able to solve the problems and white should be winning. Landing in a trouble, down to a minute on his clock. Okay, only one more move to be played. And after h5, he can fall back with the knight to f8, but then white can just pick up the pawn on b5.
Yeah, it's an optical illusion. It looks like black is about to force a draw here, but you're right, Peter. Just a bit of calculation. The king does a zigzag and escapes. And yeah, it looks like white's centralization with the queen and bishop gives him domination right now. Fabiano maybe about to progress to the semi-finals, but just as we approach move 40, and I think it's time to take a short break. We will be back, and I think we might have a surprise for all the viewers at home. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly. And yeah, you don't want to miss what's coming next.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, white plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After black takes it, white pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 World Cup. As you can see, we're joined by a very special guest, our first semi-finalist in the World Cup, Nijat Abbasov. Congratulations, Nijat. A great game. How are you feeling?
Well, first of all, thank you. And I feel amazing. I mean, I couldn't even imagine in my wildest dream I can come this far, but everything so far works out good for me. And, well, tomorrow rest day and semifinals.
Yeah, this must be the tournament of your life so far. How have you been inspired by the home support so far?
Yeah, after I won the match against Goryachkina, I realized how people, started to support me suddenly, and I never felt this good before. And by each round, I would see more and more supporters coming into the tournament venue, and it definitely boosts my confidence and it cheers me up for the next round.
And today's game started with a London system. You were playing quickly, confidently. Was it part of preparation, or?
Honestly, I came up with the London system for today quite late. I wasn't intending to do it, but then I decided to play it because why not? And I should say I didn't expect this line from him, although I had few ideas. And like bishop e7, I had one game already in knight e5. So I decided to switch to something more simple with h3, bishop d6 takes, bishop d3. I mean, it's a sound position, nothing particular happening here, just moving pieces and just play normal chess. I guess they usually go castle, if I'm not mistaken, before bishop d6, but this knight a5 gave me some time to bring the rooks towards the center and breaking in the center. I felt comfortable overall. I was also expecting him already to go for long castle because I couldn't see what else to do with black. But somehow I believed I should be quicker on the queen side. So castle, bishop f1, and he went king b8. That's the first moment where I started to calculate things, because, until here I was playing fast, but queen d2 felt really smart over the board, because I need, in fact, now I see that there is actually a question mark on that move. I felt actually quite smart playing this, because whenever knight retreats, I put my knight on d6. That's what I felt also during the game. It's either genius or totally, idiot move, which happened to be the
We
second.
thought it was smart, don't worry, Nijat.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, Nijat, to interfere. I also would like to welcome you. Very big congratulations, sensational game.
Thank you.
Don't be fooled by this queen d2. I only would like to ask you that this line, like knight f6, knight d6, knight e4, did you consider it and how did you evaluate it?
Oh wow, knight e4. I guess there should be knight f7.
Exactly, no? Knight f7. There was this stunning computer line, queen f6, and then you can sacrifice your queen, and you are.
Yeah, I saw these motives, but I didn't calculate it. I saw that everywhere I have knight f7, which is my way out. So I thought it's safe, and it felt good. Because also I was calculating some other line where similar motives could have happened, like knight f4, g3, like instead of this, knight f4, knight d6, queen g5, g3, and always this knight f7 threat is in the air. So this motive always existed, I would see it, but the particular line you suggested with knight f6, knight e4, I, to be honest, didn't see.
Yeah, we did not see either. It was computer's brilliance, but we also understood that actually you are in the driver's seat no matter what happens.
Yeah,
and after that, First, when you moved the bishop back to f1, could you have imagined that thanks to this incredible bishop on f1, you have this total control and it will work to such perfection as it happened in the game? Because it was true art how you make use of that bishop.
Well, that was the first plan, like to guard my king and then start to advance my queenside pawns. I mean, I wouldn't so far understand how better am I, but I saw this queen d2, knight c5, and then I started by each move like my position more and more, and kept playing fast, which actually put more pressure on Vidit, I think. And it's kind of Caro-Kann types positions where I don't have weak pawn on h5 simply, and then I simply started to advance pawns, and my king is safe. Bishop e8. I mean, I was considering whether I have to stop and calculate or keep playing fast, but I mean, a4 and stuff looked pretty tempting not to do immediately. Yeah.
And Nijat, it looked like the rest of the game was very smooth. You just simply pushed those pawns and got the win in the end.
I think he also overlooked queen b4, which was kind of decisive. Yeah, I mean, it's already winning, I guess. And also a huge time gap helped me to, also this queen c5 motifs, depending if your knight retreats, queen c5, knight d4 blocks the queen. I mean, basically nothing really. I mean, queen d6, I have c5. The good thing is that my b3 knight again guards the d4 square, so... And then I would see queen somewhere, I go c6, takes b6, takes queen takes, and my a-pawn simply... okay, queen back to d8. Okay, even here I guess should be close to winning.
Yes.
But I was mostly thinking about queen d5s. Queen d5, c6 takes, b6 takes, and queen b6. Yeah, okay, I mean, I would definitely think here, but should be very close to winning, I think.
And Nijat, in the next round, you play either Magnus Carlsen or Gukesh. Have you had a chance to think about that so far? Should I even ask, who would you rather face in that semi-final?
Absolutely haven't thought. I mean, haven't even imagined to come this far. But, I realized Gukesh is up a pawn. So he has some chances, I guess, but never easy to... win Magnus. And, it's cool to play world champion, but at the same time, I understand that it's the toughest opponent I could face. So, it has pros and cons. Hard to say whom I would rather prefer. I mean, I'm just waiting for my opponent, like no preference.
Yeah, in this form, it looks like you can beat anyone. And just a final couple of questions. I want to ask about your routine out there in Baku. What are you doing on rest days? What are you doing between rounds? Because it seems to be working.
I mean, not much, to be honest. Just having good times with friends, and which keeps, my energy, positive. So just having good time and a bit of preparation, and then a game.
Yeah, well, keep it up, Nijat. And just final question: have the candidates crossed your mind, or is that something to worry about after the semifinals?
I mean, it's not sure yet because top 3 qualifies, and so far, I mean, I'm not in the top 3, but definitely it should cross mind. I mean, it cannot not cross mind. So, I mean, yet another game in a couple of days, I think. So I will focus on that games and then later see what happens.
Nijat, congratulations from both Peter and myself. We were extremely impressed today, and keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, very big congratulations and all the luck for the remaining of the tournament. Yes, that was Nijat Abbasov. Fantastic performance so far. We have been truly impressed. Knocking out Vidit, heartbreak for the Indian fans, but there is something to hope for because Gukesh has chances to bounce back. Of course, it's a technical game. Magnus has all the chances to make a draw, but this is a long grind. We are expecting a marathon game here.
Yeah, Gukesh is going to try and squeeze every bit out of this position that he can. Peter, we were talking about 4 versus 3 on the king side with the pawns here, Gukesh with the extra pawn, of course. But Magnus is really well known for these endgames. And maybe we can investigate, firstly, how we got here, just in that build up to move 40 when everything clarified, but also trying to figure out the plans for both sides in this game that's might even going to last 100 moves.
Yeah, there was some very important nuance here. After a5, Gukesh finally opted for this queen takes e3 line, probably also seeing that he will get this 4 versus 3 position that we see. Everything was pretty forced. Bishop d7, rook c7. Again, we see why Magnus had sense that he has to push this a4, a5 move. Rook c7, b takes a5, rook takes a7. The pawn is attacked. Black opted for a4, that was move 38. B takes a4, bishop takes a4, and Magnus came up with a great defensive move, rook a5. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning that it's a great defensive move, that Black would love to get f6, f5 going with king g6. And if Black gets that position, it might be very unpleasant. However, f5 runs into this devilish tactic of rook takes f5, e takes f5, knight takes f5, forking the king and the rook, so that's not possible. And after king g6, Magnus immediately jumped on the opportunity to fix the pawn structure with g4. I think that this rook a5, g4 moves were key in assessing that this is probably holdable, and if it's holdable, it could be kind of nicely holdable for white. Do you, David, see a realistic chance of breaking this fortress?
I'm not sure how realistic it is. I guess there will be plans a bit later on of maneuvering around. It might take a while for Black, and I don't think he should necessarily commit too soon, but I could see a world in which eventually a Black pawn lands on e5, the Black bishop sits on e6, and then you can start playing for moves like h5 there. And yeah, again, it's hard to set this up. First of all, Magnus will have something to say about it himself. I mentioned earlier that he's had to think about all of these 4 versus 3s. He knows which ones are drawing, where to put the pieces. But you mentioned something while we're in break to me, that actually having these doubled f pawns for Black could actually be a bit of a trump card, Peter.
Yes, that's true. However, that's why, in my opinion, this g2, g4 was so important, that making sure that those pawns are blocked. Black is not getting f5, and I'm getting this deja vu feeling from the Brissago World Championship match against Vladimir Kramnik, the game number 5, when I went on to win, and that was my comeback. It was my first victory in that game. I started with a loss in the first round. It was rook bishop versus rook bishop 4 versus 3, and exactly thanks to these double pawns, I had the white pieces, so it was f2, f3, e4. Thanks to those pawns and the bishop on e3, just as you highlighted, when you mentioned the idea of eventually transferring that bishop to e6, I thought like, yes, that's my bishop. Thanks to that bishop, I was able to keep on grinding Kramnik, and eventually went on to win in a very nice performance there.
Yeah, really instructive game. I remember following that match. Yeah, really instructive endgame stuff there. And yeah, this time it's a knight rather than a bishop. Do you think that helps Magnus's drawing chances?
Well, because the knight is already on e3. If the knight would be somewhere else, it would be a very shaky construction. I believe that everything works into perfection in order to set up this kind of defensive setup. The big question, how is Black trying to break? Yeah, I believe that this e5, bishop d7, bishop e6 followed by h5 is a very good try. However, white gets the king to g3. He will make sure to keep that pawn on g4. White will never capture on it, because then Black would have this incredible powerful pawns. You have to keep that pawn on g4, making sure that if finally Black gives in and pushes f5, then you will be able to eliminate the pawn and also the bishop. Still, it might be some very ugly rook endgame, 3 versus 2. It's not the usual completely dead drawn 3 versus 2, but clearly Magnus should be holding that.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Gukesh. This is where Magnus really excels, really thrives. Oof. Yeah, I don't know how it happens. Magnus, pieces just seem to end up on good squares. I don't know if it's luck or coincidence or just skill, but somehow his knight on e3 was perfectly placed when the endgame began. Somehow he managed to get his rook on the 5th rank and pawn on g4 just in time before it became a bit unpleasant, before the black pawn started rolling. Yeah, it's just every time I see Magnus, it just makes so much harmony. But how he got there in the first place, especially with 1 minute on the clock and all of those forcing variations we were calculating, Peter. Yeah, it just always seems to work out well.
I would say that already this kind of that knight e3, g4, rook c5, of course, for a caliber of Magnus, this is easy. However, I have the feeling that he already sensed it when he played the move a4, a5, and that's, you know, the sign of a genius. After you already transform to 4 versus 3, okay, we know these kind of things. But in order to, first of all, force black to make decisions and going for these force lines, and thanks to this a5 pawn, he was able to eliminate everything, liquidate on the queen side. Then he managed to set up everything just in time with this rook a5, g4. It worked to perfection. And knights up to Gukesh, and Gukesh is spending his time, he's thinking that how can he pose problems. I do believe that he will have to stick with your plan, and we know that it's always good to listen to David in technical positions. You are such a virtuoso yourself. I know that you are very shy and you give all the credit to Magnus and to everyone else, but also let's pause a little bit and give credit to you.
Oh, thank you, Peter. Yeah, this is, for me, this is kind of my ultimate fantasy, having this position with black where you can push for the next 50 moves without any risk at all. You'll never lose this position, of course. But yeah, winning this against a world champion or a former world champion is another matter. Yeah, and I just want to mention as well, that move 33, a5, setting up this whole endgame. Now it's nearly 10 moves later and it's kind of all worked out, kind of predicting, or at least kind of hoping for that type of thing 10 moves in advance. That's why these top players are so good. And yeah, it's kind of games like this that make me really salivate, get me really excited. So yeah, I'm glad that we'll be in for the long haul here. We will learn a thing or two about Rook and Knight versus Rook and Bishop endgames. And maybe we should, in the meantime, check out the rest of the action. We have passed the time control everywhere now at move 40, and we are likely to get 2 decisive games in the FIDE World Cup. And we'll also update you all on the women's games, where one has been drawn after a little bit of drama at the end. But yeah, fair result there. And there will be a tiebreak between Salimova and Muzichuk tomorrow. So where to go first, Peter?
Yeah, let's go to Pragg's game, because this is so important, and it's move 41. Pragg taking all his time. He already invested more than 10 minutes. He senses, he feels that this is such a golden opportunity, and he goes for the move h4. Unbelievable. I mean, I also feel like we get this chance to witness the incredible mental strengths of both Pragg and Gukesh. I mean, we talked about it, that in order at all to create any chances, especially against these incredible players, it's almost impossible. And both of them delivering. I mean, Gukesh putting Magnus to the ultimate test, and here Pragg is about to probably win. Yes, if we look at computer evaluation, we can call it a win. Over the board, I'm a little bit careful about such statements. There is still a lot to play for, but very impressive play by Pragg.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, earlier I was very optimistically saying they might have a 20% chance at best to come back with the black pieces, at least according to the stats. But yeah, to actually do it is another matter. And yeah, we see Erigaisi, it's his move, but he's leaning back. He's not even looking at the board. I think he realizes there's just no plan for white. It takes 5 or 6 moves, or maybe even more, to even create a threat. In the meantime, all of your pawns are disappearing. What do you think the best practical try is here, Peter? There must be one last trick to attempt to set up a trap, maybe? I don't see it right now.
Well, I guess that white will have to rely on his a-pawn. Yeah, any possibilities, any other options are out of question, practically speaking. So I'm expecting a try like bishop b6, try to get that pawn to a7, try to threaten something. It's a big question that after bishop b6, I believe computer was saying that c4 is like the cleanest win. Is it so easy to play the move c4 because it opens up white's bishop? Yes, it's great. Of course, if black could trade that c4 pawn for the a6 pawn, it would be automatic win with this incredibly powerful king on f4. But still, I feel like white has to try this to rely on his a6 pawn, because every passive kind of defense will just make black's task so much more easier.
Yeah, you have to calculate a race or two and hope that you're ahead there, but it feels like Erigaisi isn't too optimistic about his chances, and objectively, he's right about that. Yeah, king g3, almost a pre-move next. There's not much else to say, unfortunately, for Erigaisi. Looking very difficult. Peter, also an update in the Fabiano Caruana game. It looks like he has won a pawn. And what do you think of this? Any drawing chances for black? Queen and knight tend to work quite well against queen and bishop. That's the only thing, the only positive thing I can think of here for Lenier.
It is the only chance, only hope. But this bishop on d4 is super solid. The reason why suddenly I had a smile on my face and I is, if I'm not mistaken, Ferenc Berkes, who has been the hero of the tournament as well, finally knocked out by Pragg. I think that once I had a training game 15 years ago, maybe 15 is a little bit, but definitely more than 10, that I had 4 versus 3 with queen bishop against Berkes's queen and knight, 3 pawns, so I was pawn up, and I was trying to win. It was at home, here in the very same room where I'm doing the commentary, and I went to lose it with the stronger side. I was going crazy. And when I saw this pawn, saw this position, immediately that came to my mind that yes, it should be winning for white. However, I managed to lose something like this. Yes, it was a blitz game, I think, but still that memory is still deep in my mind.
Oof, sorry to bring up those traumatic memories, Peter. It shows how many 4 versus 3, do happen throughout one's career. And I guess that type of position was without the B pawns on the board, and that could be a very relevant position here for Fabi.
Actually, let me just quickly, because probably people might be thinking that how on earth did Peter lose that game? Yes, I think I had a pawn e5, f4, g3, h2. I had the queen on e3, I had the bishop on f3, or a light square bishop, you can also put it on d5. And Berkes was relying on this defense with g6, h5, king g7, knight h6, protecting his pawn on f7, and he was driving me crazy that he's defending everything. I finally burned all the bridges, and his queen and knight combo started jumping, and he beat me. Just insane. But people have seen what Berkes is capable of at the World Cup. Yes, he's an insane fighter.
Yeah, incredible player. And it does show that resources are available for queens and knights. It's just about how to combine them. And I guess in this position, we should mention to the audience, trading queens is just off the cards. You cannot contemplate that because of the fact that there are B pawns on the board. Without those B pawns, maybe you can hold. But yeah, white's king just too close. So you have to keep queens on as black. And the problem is where you kind of want a setup with your queen on d7, I guess, and knight on e6, that type of setup. But I think there's something concretely wrong with queen d7. Maybe the fact that white can give a check. And
it's on the board.
It's on the board.
Yeah, queen d7 has been played, and the move that really disturbed you and me myself, it was queen e4 check. Queen e4 check, we don't have a good square somehow, because if the black king falls back to g8, they might be faced with a very awkward pin. Queen 8, tying that knight down, and we might not be able to get out of that pin. And if we can't do that, to play the move f7, f5 means that this b4 will be a monster forever. The pawn on g7 will be vulnerable. The pawn on f5 will be also shaky. I believe that queen e4 check is extremely important here.
Yeah, and I think Fabi looks a bit impatient. There we go. He's going to play it immediately. A check. You cannot retreat simply. You cannot weaken your dark square, so you have to block with the f-pawn. Now, weaknesses forever. So not just a pawn down, not just with the inferior minor piece, but black has loads of weaknesses to hold. And white can just sit on this position. And this might be a long grind as well, but it's easy to imagine white making progress here. Peter, what would your plan be? You're highlighting here, just moving the queen somewhere, then h5, clamping down, locking up the king side.
Yes, I feel like, this is the position that I was expecting, that it will somehow be an automatic win compared to my game against Gukesh, where he could set up a defense and was driving the attacking side crazy. Here I just don't see this, because queen comes back to f3, h5, the vulnerable pawns on g7. This f5 pawn is also needing constant protection by black's queen, which means that black won't be able to activate his knight. If that black could eventually somehow jump to g5, kicking that queen from f3, and then the knight lands on e4, that could be a completely different scenario. At the moment, that knight is very far from getting back into action.
Yeah, and Fabi does indeed drop back his queen, and we're likely to see that type of plan initiated. H5 coming. I don't even see any good waiting moves for black. Knight g6, maybe trying to activate the knight round that way, but I'm not sure where it's going eventually. Or you have to just sit with the black king on g8 and kind of wait for your fate.
Yeah, and if you have to wait, that's so unpleasant, practically speaking, that you feel like you can generate counterplay, or you can generate hope for yourself by seeing some active idea, if that knight can jump, but it even has to now jump to g6. It's not the ideal route, but one needs to activate that knight before white locks the position with h4, h5, and the knight might not be able to move at all.
Yeah, it's just those b pawns. Just Dominguez wants to somehow wave a magic wand, take them off the board, and then just focus on one flank where knights can fight against bishops, but pawns on both sides. This does look like a matter of time. What would you say here? Estimation, Fabiano to win more than 60-70% of the time?
Yeah, I think it's 90%. I really feel like it's 90. Black needs a miracle. I mean, just normal scenarios not enough. Yeah, he activates the knight, and he understands that the knight has to be activated. Well, there is a case to be said that yesterday Fabiano was down 2 pawns, and we thought like his position is lost. And nevertheless, Fabiano kept on finding resources, drove Lenier completely crazy, and eventually managed to escape to a draw. However, I don't really see that to repeat itself, because that was a very special construction. Yeah, it looked like it should be a completely win for white, but when you suddenly realize that it's difficult, it can be psychologically so difficult. Here, on the other hand, you know that it's not easy, but exactly for the fact that you know that it's not easy, you are expecting difficulties. And by expecting difficulties, I believe Fabiano will be ready to drive this position home.
Yeah, the big favorite, Fabiano, to win this one, but it's only 1 pawn today, so Dominguez still with some chances. And Peter, I think we need to go to Magnus's game, because to my eyes, it looks like he might be on the brink of securing a draw, not even having to suffer much in this endgame with 4 versus 3. And maybe we can backtrack. It looks like knights and bishops are about to disappear from the board. How did we get here? Magnus's king is suddenly so active. I said it before, somehow his pieces just land on good squares in these endgames, and he's forced the issue.
Wow, but actually I think Gukesh has made a big mistake. He wasn't listening to you with this bishop d7 e5, and he went for some direct action with bishop e4, king h2, rook d3, king g3, relying on this pin that he's trying to push the pawn with f5. So it was a very concrete idea, which however backfired, because wow, white had this devilish little move king f4, so easy to miss, because automatically in your mind you calculate that after f5 white has to trade, of course, on f5, and then after bishop takes f5 it would be a different story, the bishop stays alive. But Magnus has started with king f4, the bishop is attacked on e4, you can't take f takes g4, and after the move f6, g takes f5, bishop takes f5 is some kind of a dream scenario. I mean, this is almost a dead draw. Yeah, Magnus captures that bishop.
Yeah, I mean, what has he missed here, Gukesh? Maybe it was just that king f4 move. But this is a cautionary tale not to rush too much in endgames. At some point, you will get an opportunity to be concrete. But it feels like he definitely just a bit premature what he went for with this f5 break. And Peter, what would you do here? I'm wondering whether you can even take on f5, but f3 looks like another way to do things.
Well, rook f5 is dangerous. Yeah, then rook d4 check, king e3, king takes f5, king takes d4. I mean, certainly this is not a position you feel that it's a dead draw. It looks like it should be lost, and it might be a draw by miracle. And seeing that this should be a technical draw. Yeah, I mean, White has also some ideas like trying to check on the G file. I don't know exactly if rook c8, rook g8 or rook c1, rook g1 is correct. Giving up the h3 pawn, grabbing that f5 pawn could also be some kind of an idea. f3, the one you mentioned, also feels good enough. On the other hand, Magnus has all the time in the world at the moment. Yeah, they have reached time control. So if he feels like he has the nerves of steel, then he might get into calculating this pawn endgame. After all, it could be a forced draw if it's a draw.
Yeah. I mean, knowing Magnus, I think he'll play f3. I just think suffering is, or needing to calculate when the margins are so narrow, that's not what he enjoys, really. So, yeah, I mean, f3, just keeping the pawns intact. I don't see any winning plan for black there. Just kind of walking back with the white king if necessary. Black has no passed pawns after all. The other lines, at least you have to calculate, right? At least you give black some hope there.
Yes, okay, something like this. Yeah, if it would be a blitz game, we would be thinking, or a bullet game, that okay, there are some practical chances in the classical game. We both understand that yes, this should be a dead draw.
Yeah, the only thing is not to go too passive. Allow black to kick you back, start walking in with the king maybe. But even then, it should still be a draw. Yeah, maybe we can show rook takes f5. That variation you mentioned, just in case Magnus is feeling in the mood to really force it out.
Well, I have to say that you were the one who mentioned it first, because I don't have the nerves to go for such king pawn endgame.
I must admit, I hallucinated first of all. I thought black had to play king h4 here, but then the king was on f5. I was like, wait, what? So king f4.
Yeah, so king f4 would be the natural. Now, it seems like black is winning because it's shouldering white's king, but white, apparently, according to computer, is in time with king d5. And if you start calculating the lines, they don't look that scary anymore, because white's king is way too active, and it's about the h-pawn. Let's just see some ways. Yeah, if black pushes h5, king e6, f5, king f6. Just if we play some very natural moves, h4, king g6. And be careful if black is the one who is trying to be aggressive. Okay, he's still drawing, but this isn't the idea that black is dreaming of. All right, then maybe the position is the draw, but I still don't see Magnus going for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as well, another reason not to even calculate rook takes f5 is the fact that black can take on h3 and the game goes on. That one should be quite a basic draw in the initial position, but yeah, I think I'd be reluctant to, even if I spent 10 to 15 minutes calculating, I would be nervous about taking on f5, just in case you've miscounted or miscalculated something. So f3 just feels like the safer way, or one of the moves you mentioned, rook c1, that type of thing.
Well, rook c1 was my original idea, and Magnus goes for your move f3. You just know Magnus way too good. Very quickly, to highlight what I was actually thinking about, and afterwards I was regretting, because rook c1, rook takes h3, rook g1 check, king f7. I can't really take on f5 because of rook f3 check, and then it's a theoretical draw, but practically speaking, this is very annoying. So of course Magnus goes for f3. There we have the live action. f3, I guess. Yes, exactly. We saw all the moves that we talked about. f3, rook d4 check had to be played. King g3, king g5 had to be played. So these moves are blitzed out, and Magnus goes for the second rank defense with rook c2. He's inviting f4 check, king g2, king h4.
Yeah, I guess in that case it looks like black's made great progress, but white can just wait. I guess you can just kind of hang around on the second rank with the white king. Black's only winning attempt will at some point be to bring the black rook round to the g file, but I don't think that will be quite quick enough. White will, I guess, after a move like king h2, rook d5, king h2, will just say, okay, it takes you too long to come around for my pawns. We'll never be in time. And we might get something like this on the board. Okay, Gukesh has gone for
Yes.
h5 rather than f4 check, not committing yet, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, so let me get the current position. Yeah, h5, Magnus just waits with rook a2. I still feel like he needs to push f4 and king h4 because h4, king g to king f4 would be the... yes, okay, that's also... and then trying to go for some idea with king e3, rook d2 check. Clearly, white will never let that happen. White will put the king back to f2 when black's king is on f4 and then just wait with the rook, and whenever black plays rook d3, then rook will give a check on the fourth rank no matter where the rook is.
Yeah, it's really nice what Magnus is doing. He's just covering the second rank, and as soon as black blocks it, then he'll drop back. He won't let the black king in without forcing black first to commit one of the two of the pawns to block another entry path for that black king. So this one, yeah, with Magnus's technique, I'm pretty confident it should be a draw. And Gukesh, he's got close, credit to him, but unfortunately, just it's hard to beat Magnus, especially when Magnus is in defensive mode like this.
Yeah, it's kind of also nice to see Magnus on the defensive, yeah, because we often see his incredible technique when he has the upper hand and then he squeezes things out, and then one could argue that, okay, it would be interesting to see at one point Magnus at the receiving end how he handles that situation, and in today's game we actually get a chance to witness that. And so far, with all this a5 and the liquidation in time table, just being time setting up that fortress position, and the game is now heading to a draw.
Yeah, it's an art form defending these difficult positions against the top players in the world, and it's one that Magnus has mastered. I think this is a good moment, Peter, for us to go on a short break. We will be back as we reach the climax of some of these games at the World Cup. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few minutes. Hello everyone and welcome back to coverage of the 2023 FIDE World Cup. We still have plenty of chess ahead for you. We still have several games still left in progress, and we will begin by discussing the Women's World Cup semi-finals and this game, this really important clash between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Tan Zhongyi, where black is in a must-win situation and not many pieces left on the board, Peter, here, but still some chances, you think, in practical terms for Tan Zhongyi?
Well, no, I think that Goryachkina has done great defending this unpleasant position. The last move, knight d4, go back. Black's last move, knight d4 to f3, is kind of a move I was first shocked at, that what is this, because white has chances of going after the b7 pawn. However, we have to highlight the devilish idea that black has. Black is hoping for knight e1, rook c2 checkmate. And black has to win this game. The draw is not enough. Of course, white will be able to play b4 at the end of the day, but still spotting this idea with knight e1 is incredible, and Goryachkina making sure that after knight e1 she will be able to handle the situation with a quiet little rook d2 move, a professional decision there.
Yeah, it feels like she's survived the worst, Goryachkina. It was really difficult earlier, at least aesthetically. Full of holes her position, but she managed to stay active and just not enough material. It looks like no way to create threats. If anything, white can start hoping for rook d7. So Tan Zhongyi, you see on the body language, doesn't look too optimistic about her chances. Prediction here, Goryachkina about to go through, Peter?
Yes, this is now fairly obvious. I'm not risking anything. I hate to predict things when things are uncertain. But here it's just stating the facts, yeah, that it's such a equal position. First of all, black's only chance is to give checkmate for white's king. Otherwise, white has perfect harmony already. And we do see a handshake between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Gukesh.
Gukesh, yeah, that's right. So we were predicting a draw. It felt like the winning chances had all disappeared, dwindled at least for Gukesh, and Magnus defended the rook endgame very confidently. We will see, yeah, the final position was just completely locked up, and nice touch here. The players discussing the game afterwards. Magnus, oof, he got through a really hairy position there. He was in big trouble, but ultimately defending extremely well.
Yeah, Gukesh was
the future
for sure, but also Gukesh showed tremendous mental strength. Yeah, fighting, pushing Magnus all the way to the limits. I'm truly stunned, and we also see the other prodigy, Pragg bouncing back against Arjun Gukesh, and I had Arjun in my mind already. That's why suddenly I mixed up the names. Big apologies there. Of course, it's Gukesh who was putting all his efforts in against Magnus, but Magnus finally kept his cool and defended.
Yeah, the way he defended as well, just really worth a playthrough for anyone trying to figure out or trying to work on their defensive skills, working on that part of their game, just pulling the break at the right time and shutting down the position. And this is the one we see. We, I think, now have come to the conclusion that this battle between Goryachkina and Tan Zhongyi will not last too much longer. It looks like a draw is imminent there. White can start creating some threats against the black pawns, and this one should just fizzle out now. Yeah, not much else to analyze here.